If at any point during the day I am not recording and I should be, please tell me, because our track record on this, Liz, I would say
it's pretty abysmal.
It's patchy, I think is probably fair to describe. And obviously you want the sessions to reflect back on and to pick back up on some of the conversations that we've had later on. So the more of it we can capture, the better. I will try and remember to do it, but I obviously have just demonstrated my ability to fail to do that. Couple of special welcomes. Theo at the back. Hi, Theo.
Hiya.
Theo completed module 1 last year and is rejoining us module 2 this year. So I'm sure you will all give Theo a big warm welcome and integrate her into the group. And Chris, who's online. Hi, Chris. Say hi to everyone.
Hey, guys. Nice to meet you.
So Chris is Masters alumni, but more importantly, he is going to be taking over Module 2 from me next year because I've had Modules 2 and 3 for a couple of years now. That's 2 modules and a lot of work. So keen to share the load, and Chris very kindly is going to pick that up from me. You're very welcome, Chris.
Thank you.
I think that is everything in terms of housekeeping. The Wi-Fi code's here, and I think you've got it on your desks as well. Okay, so let's have a little look at what we'll be doing today. If at any point those of you at home can't hear, then just pop a message in the chat or pop your hand up and let us know. Similarly, if you have questions or comments you want to make during the day, which we'd really welcome, pop a hand up. I'll make sure I try and keep an eye on the screen as well as on the room, like this, constantly oscillating between the two. So we'll start the day by having a look at the feedback from Module 1, both from you and from us as the team who've been reviewing your work. We'll then look at the main assignment. As with Module 1, you've got 2 assignments for this module, large one and small one. This time we do them the other way around, big one first, small one afterwards. So we're going to spend a bit of time going through the large assignment, which is the first thing you'll need to get working on after you leave the room today. So we'll talk through the assignment brief for that, make sure that you fully understand it. And we'll keep referring back to it over the course of the 2 days anyway, because a lot of the material that we cover is obviously directly relevant to that. And we can keep coming back to the conversation of how the theories we're looking at can be applied within the context of the assignment. So we'll do all of that first. This is a sort of loose guide time-wise. So the boundaries between these things may or may not fall exactly where I say they're going to, because it's important that we let the conversation flow and we make sure everything's understood before we move on. So we'll start by spending the morning by looking at internal communication strategy, which I will take you through. We have Ranjit, who you may remember from the induction day back in November, who's going to take us through a session this afternoon on organisational change and reactions to change. And pretty much that's today. But because we're always keen to do you a favour, we thought that at the end of the day, when you've already had 5 or 6 hours of heavy-duty theoretical material on strategy and change, we should hit you with some employment law. So, so that's always a high point of the Masters. People are always saying it to me, not directly or explicitly, but I know that they mean it. It's important stuff, though. The legal framework within which we operate as communicators is an important factor, and understanding some of how that applies to the work of teams around us, like HR teams, helps us to know what we're doing.
And at one stage, in the old diploma, we spent a full half day on it. So think yourselves lucky, is all I can say.
Good. Can you move on to the next slide for me, Liz? Is that all right?
I can.
Yeah, this is tomorrow. So tomorrow we get down into the detail of it a bit more. So we start with Liz having a look at channels and media. Your assignment, as you're going to see in a minute, focuses on developing a communication strategy for a real issue. And as part of that, you'll need to think about what channels and media you're going to apply to the challenge in front of you. This session will help with that. Then Chris is going to take us through a session on measurement. Again, we'll be asking you as part of that strategy assignment to say how you are going to measure and evaluate the communication activity that you propose. So that session will help a lot with that section of the assignment. Our second assignment for this module looks at the employer-employee relationship and the different theories or concepts we use to describe that. Things like employee engagement, but also things like the employer brand, employee value propositions, and employer relations. So we look at all of those sorts of theories in the second half of day 2, and those are theories that you'll particularly want to make use of when we get to that second assignment. How does that sound? I mean, this is what we're doing, whether you like it or not. But that is what we're doing. Next one, please, Liz. Great. We have some really nice follow-up sessions as well for this module. I am sorry that 2 of them fall on the same day. I couldn't avoid that. It was just about when the speakers were available to us, and we have to kind of defer to their diaries a little bit. But next Monday, we have Hilary Scarlett, who has written 2 editions now of her book, Neuroscience for Organizational Change, I think it's called. And that session is always fantastic. She takes us through how the brain works, how that impacts the way that people receive and interpret communication. And it's always entertaining and insightful. We have Mark. I didn't even know you could do that, Liz.
Right, okay. Let me see if I can get that. Whoa! Never let me drive.
Mark Wright, who founded a company called ICM and now works for Gallagher. He has been at the leading edge of how technology is used for internal communication for a few decades now. I've seen numerous revolutions in how technology is applied in organizations. We run that as a Q&A session, so I ask you to bring in all of your questions about technology at work. Fully expect that lots of those are going to be about AI at the moment, and Mark will help to answer those and guide us through the world of innovation. And then in the afternoon of the 24th, we have Professor Rita Men, whose work you've probably already come across, I think. She's one of the most cited academics on internal communication issues working in the world today. She very kindly gives us an hour of her time to take us through some of her research on things like media and use of social media in organizations in particular. So please do make sure your diary is clear for all of those if at all possible. We do record Mark's session and Rita's session, but we're not allowed to record Hilary's session if that impacts anything. Next one, please, Liz. If we can, without zooming in.
I will do my best.
Lovely. Dates. As I said, after the 2 days, you'll be set to work on your first assignment, which focuses on internal communication strategy. That will be due in on Monday, the 13th of April at 4 p.m. We will run a briefing session on the second assignment on the morning of the 14th at 10 a.m. I'll do that over Zoom. I think the details are already on Solve for that, but if not, they will be soon. And then on the 28th, you get 2 weeks to do that. That work is submitted then. It's a video submission, this one. So what you'll do is you'll have a bit of time using discussion boards first to review the material with colleagues, discuss some of the concepts and their application in your organizations. And then at the end of that, you'll be asked to produce a 10-minute video. It's going to be you talking to camera and presenting some slides. You don't need to have sophisticated video editing skills for this, and we're not expecting that or looking for it particularly. But it's about your ability to, I guess, do the same things that you're doing in all the other assignments, which is absorb the theoretical material, apply it to your contexts, and come to new insights and conclusions. You're just going to be talking us through it rather than writing it down. So that's when that one's due in. And then on the 16th of May, so a little bit of a break. Liz?
I think that might be a literal, because it's 12th and 13th is the workshop.
Oh, is it? Yeah, okay, sorry. In which case it goes out a week before, doesn't
Yeah.
it? So it's 12th and 13th, then it will be be about the 6th. Sorry, 6th of May. We'll send out the pre-work for module 3. Yeah, that can't be right, can it? That would involve time travel.
Yeah. Oh, that's generous. They've got like almost 3 weeks off. That can't possibly be right. We wouldn't be that kind.
Time is a fluid concept, like all things. It's a social construct, Liz, and doesn't have to be taken, literally or in sequence.
What we're doing is we're in keeping with the vibe of the venue, with Einstein here and relativity.
It's like Interstellar, if you've ever seen that, basically. It's one of the things we don't mention in the course handbook. But yes, it will come out before the workshop. Okay, so I want to get you thinking for a little while about your main reflections and learning points from module 1 that you think might help you in module 2. So 5 minutes in your groups, and if we could have a breakout room on the Zoom call, please, Liz, to talk about that. Does somebody from the middle table maybe want to go onto the back table so that we've got 3 over there? Is that okay? So 5 minutes in groups talking about that, and then we'll get some feedback from you, and Liz will share some feedback on the module 1 assignments as well. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Disabled. They drop out. Sorry, I'm mansplaining.
With this compressed time concept, we don't have such a thing, and it's just
you don't have annual leave and maternity leave, Matthew.
Okay.
So yeah, start there.
Is it true? Like you get about 2 weeks for? Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
Generally, starting out at least, like if you're an entry level employee or even a new job, sometimes,
yeah, it's very hard.
Right. Okay. If we can draw this together, please. And, I'm going to start off. Could the group that are online give us just a couple of points? Don't steal the entire room's thunder, but a couple of key learning points from you.
Well, Georgie and me are the only ones off mute, I think, from what I can see on screen. So, Georgie, do you want to go or shall I?
Go on, you go first.
Okay, so we were speaking about the fact that there's so much reading to do and people can have plans and stuff and then find themselves going off down rabbit holes, and before we know it 3 or 4 hours have passed and we actually haven't made much progress on the plan. So that's a bit of a shock to people's systems, I think. Amy shared with us a really great example of how she has obviously struggled with the time and the amount of work and stuff and working full time. So given her course is funded by her employer, she actually approached them to make a reasonable adjustment. So now she does condensed hours. So she's working 4 days a week and then has this extra day to manage her time better. And she's found that really beneficial. So that's just a little tip for anyone else whose employers are funding. If we're not working reduced hours already, then, condensed hours, then that might be helpful.
Right, that's 2 points from you, so I'm going to stop you there. But what I am going to do is, did you get an answer to the problem of diving down rabbit holes and finding that you'd spent 4 hours reading something fascinating that wasn't actually going to help you with your studies?
No. No, Michael, that was your point. I don't know if you've got anything extra to add.
So I've kind of got better at it over time, I kind of think. And with some of the feedback from Liz, I kind of worked out kind of how much we needed to kind of actually dig into all of that side. But I think setting little reminder timers so I don't just kind of get into that tunnel made quite a bit of difference. My other half was just talking to me about Pomodoro or whatever that is, the little time saver app. So I've been using that for do a block of time, check that I'm in the right place, and then kind of move on. But not always successfully, I guess.
I have gone to the conclusion. I think you guys suggested like going to the conclusion of the articles and the books and stuff first. Like I kept doing the same thing and finding it was taking me a long time to digest anything. So now I go to the conclusion, check if it looks like it's relevant, and then back if it is.
The abstract is really useful there as well. Start with abstract, conclusion is the order to do. Right, from you, Georgie, then I'm going to share it out.
No, well, okay. My learning, know when your deadlines are. And for the second assignment, I literally printed out the assignment brief and had it there with the bits highlighted and things like that. So, know what you're meant to be doing. There's my point.
Brilliant point. Excellent. Yeah, and that assignment brief, I mean, I've said it last time. I think I've repeated it since as well in emailing you. Yeah, it's your Bible, basically. You absolutely must keep it in front of you. Fantastic. Right, so I'll go to the group at our front here. A couple of additional points from you, please.
I personally went with the structuring. There was so much information that just taken like the first day to almost get my notes together. For me, I live in OneNote, so I have everything organized in my OneNote, but trying to jump between like real books, the online books, then the abstracts, and then whatever notes you've taken, then your notebook, the assignment briefs, the additional video recordings. Like there's so much information to try and get yourself through. And so a lot of planning and structuring.
Okay, planning, structure, etc. Fantastic. And I will move on to the middle group. Oh, can everyone at home hear okay? Can I just check if you're all right? Okay, good. Right. Middle group.
Just trying to think of anything different. I think having that for us Christmas in the middle was quite a disruptor.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that, although I certainly had a kind of timeline plan, that will work out a bit better this time. It's a straight line till April, isn't it? So hopefully that, and you've got that kind of basis of academics that will probably bleed into this topic, I'm assuming. You find the foundation that works for your organisation.
Absolutely. I mean, certainly when I'm doing my channels piece tomorrow morning, I'll be sort of referring to culture, to sense making, and you're going to be and leadership as well. So you have got a great foundation now to build up on. So it sounds like it's planning is the big one for you as well. So that's a theme that's coming out pretty. Planning and focus sound like they're the key themes so far. How about the group at the back? Any other learning points for you?
I suppose the only couple of bits that are different. We've both gone through a period of change of leadership in our organisation, so we found it really helpful to have a clear basis now of the current and kind of landscape of the organisation, and exactly kind of what we might have thought previously, having kind of the theory behind us with the current structure and the current cultures and things like that has been really kind of helpful foundation for us for the next bit. And then similarly to the kind of having time aside, I particularly found that I had carved out time, but I wasn't necessarily being productive with it because I'd maybe not chosen a day where it had been a kind of a calmer day. So I was physically sat there, but I was reading the same thing over again, thinking I've not digested this in. So I think just trying to have the flexibility, and we talked about kind of adjusting to short, sharp bursts and thinking, actually, I'm going to just read this chapter, write some key points, and then move on if you're not feeling particularly productive or in the right headspace.
Right. Okay. Good tip. So again, it kind of all does come back to that planning and being clear and just really sort of using your time as wisely as possible, because yeah, there are potentially just so many distractions, aren't there? Okay, so any other points that we haven't covered? I'll open this up generally now, but starting with our group at home, any other points that you would add, either in terms of learning or indeed in terms of questions for, right, I really had a problem here and I don't know how to, you know, I'd appreciate advice from the rest of the group on how to fix it. Well, I'm going to take that as a positive then, that silence there. Oh, I seem to have disappeared from the...
Well, I've been directing is the thing.
Does it just do it for itself?
Not very well. I can't quit the day job. It does a little bit, but you need to be in the ballpark for it to do that. There you go.
Right, okay, fantastic. Right, good, thank you. So, everybody else, either any other learning points or knotty questions, or I'd like advice from everybody else, please. It sounds like you're getting advice from each other as you go anyway, because
we're very active on our WhatsApp group. So
yeah,
we have like different communities, but our main community, and there's been lots of, I need help with this, or has anybody looked at this particular thing, and everyone's been really responsive with it. So yeah.
Excellent.
That group is really great. I mean, just fantastic. You know, thanks to everybody really for chipping in and everything.
Moral
really,
support when you need it. There's final few days, so like he's eating all the chocolate.
Fantastic, fantastic. Okay, right. Well, that all sounds good. Ollie, anything that you would add from your perspective? I did a few notes thinking, right, so obviously where we're up to at the moment in terms of looking at and marking everything is we marked your first assignment, as you know, and the feedback you got from that, that's the format of feedback you will get throughout. Okay, so you'll always get the 4 different areas with commentary under each of them. We're always assessing basically the same 4 key areas, and we'll always have those general pointers at the bottom to help you, because what we try to do is be as future focused as possible, really, so that we're not just sort of pointing out flaws in the last one, but really, right, this is what you need to think about for next time round. The other thing is, has everybody noticed the oh, thank you, Georgie, brilliant, thank you. Has anybody noticed the little blue pen? If you click on, and Sol, if you click on the little blue pen and go into your assignment that way, you will find we have made copious comments usually on the script itself as well. So it's always worth looking at the script as well as our overall comments, because there's additional feedback in that too. And then I think the other things I would say are, obviously, do get structures in, get drafts in. I think you've probably learned now it really is quite helpful. If you put a structure in, it gives a good indication of where you're going, and we can sort of say, oh, hold on, at that point. Once you put a structure in, obviously it's going to change a bit, but don't wander away down another route through the forest completely. Or if you do, check back in with us just to make sure that you're not heading in a wrong direction. Other than that, key points. Now, this one will amaze you. Answer the question. Yeah, keep the question in front of you. Keep checking every paragraph. Is this helping to answer the question? I think my next one would be, don't make it complicated. It really doesn't need to be. And, you know, I know we've had some conversations in the first module about, oh, well, of course, academic writing, it's really complicated, isn't it? And it's really difficult and abstruse. No, it needn't be. The best assignments are beautifully simple and clear to read, and they take the concepts and they reflect them, you know, sort of accurately, and they really apply them. And last time around, we were fairly prescriptive in pushing you towards certain theories and so on. And again, that, you know, where people were just taking those theories and really thinking about, okay, so what does this mean? What does this mean for my organisation? What does that mean for internal communication? They were really able to get some depth in terms of the conclusions that they were coming to. So yeah, don't make it complicated. Do always apply it. You could have the most fantastical theory in the whole world, but if it isn't one that you can apply to the organisation, it's using up words and you're not going to be able to do anything with it. And so it's not going to help you with your analysis, and you get most marks for the analysis. So you want to make sure it's always really applicable. Just make sure that you have got your head round the concepts that you're talking about. And on that point, obviously, you know, some of you will be using AI just to do your initial research. Oh yeah, these are the things I might look at. Whatever you do, go to the source, because AI is an absolute so-and-so. It's not a trustworthy friend, not yet. Maybe in years to come, it will be, but right now, it'll get things just a little bit off, just a little bit, and usually just enough that we will be able to think, hold on, there's something not quite right here. So yeah, if you are using it, remember you must, and that's actually in the guidelines, you must go to the source itself.
Sorry, Liz, just to chip in. Doesn't mean don't use it at all.
Oh, absolutely.
It's really helpful for finding connections between ideas that you may not have seen yourself, through introducing you to source material that you might not have been able to find otherwise. It's just that it gets it a bit wrong too often for it to be reliable, without you making sure that the source material really says what the AI is summarising it to say. Yeah.
And sometimes it lies.
It does that too, yes.
You know, I think my favourite story is Donna's, where there was one particular article she was reading. I think it was about AI itself, and she went to the source because that's what she does systematically. And I think 3/4 of the sources in the article didn't actually exist at all, which I think is a real kind of illustration of the risk. And I think my other point would be, it's really tempting that, because you'll know there are things you need to do in your organisation in internal communication terms. And they may well be things that are really important that you do need to do. Unless it comes out of your analysis for this particular question, resist the temptation of, when it comes to talking about internal communication implications or your conclusions and recommendations, resist the temptation of shoehorning everything that is needed in internal communication terms. We need to see your powers of analysis. So in the light of what you've already discussed, what are the implications? What do you need to do? And this one will be slightly different anyway, in terms of the strategy, and Dolly will explain it in a minute. But it's that clarity of sight and clarity of argument is one of the things that we're sort of really assessing for. and you will have a chance. And if the thing that you know really, really, really needs to happen that doesn't fit in to this particular assignment question, you'll end up covering it later on anyway in something else. You know, you've still got 3/4 of the program to go. So yeah, don't feel you've got to just kind of put the kitchen sink in there. But I think my final comment will be, I've just given you lots of, oh, now these are potential tripping up points, but loads of good work as well. You know, really, really, honestly, we could absolutely see all the effort and, you know, all the thinking and the analysis that has been going in to your work. And that's brilliant and really sets you up well now for the next assignment, which I think is Ollie. Lovely segue, Liz. That was nice. Right. Yes. Let me share the assignment briefing. All right. So I'm going to talk you through the actual assessment brief document itself, which, as Liz says, is just helpful to keep saved on your desktop next to your draft or wherever it is you're keeping your draft and referring back to the whole way through. I'm going to talk through it, and I'm going to keep referring back to it over the course, certainly of the strategy session. I'm sure we'll refer to it when we go through Ranjit's material on change later on, and probably tomorrow as well. So just the basics first. It's a 4,000 word assignment, and the dates have already been over, which I'm reasonably confident in. 13th of April. It's the same date here as on the slide, so that's a good start. That must definitely be the hand-in date by 4 p.m. We'll get feedback to you on the 11th of May. So this is... I've got a couple of comments on here. I have.
A little peek behind the magic curtain for everyone.
There we go. Let's just get rid of that. That's probably on the version on Sol. Oh, wow. Well, yeah, we're transparent. We have to formulate our ideas as a team, you know. I don't have a problem with you all seeing that. Okay, so the assignment task here is to create a communication strategy for a specific change or initiative in your organization, or if you're a consultant in a client organization. You can choose an issue that's live in your organization right now that you're working on, an issue that's about to become live in your organization, or a historical one. But if you do choose something that's happened before, it's important that you psychologically get in your time machine and go back to the beginning before you created a communication response to it. Because what we're looking for you to do throughout this assignment is to build a communication response based on the theoretical material. Now, that might entirely support the choices that you made when you went through the issue when it was live, or it might cause you to think differently about things, and it's important that you're open to that. So what we don't want is you just basically recreating the old communication strategy and then attempting to post-rationalize the theory. That doesn't help a great deal in terms of your learning or insight. Make sense? Okay, so you're creating a communication strategy for a specific issue or initiative, not for a whole organization. And I'll talk a bit about that when we get into the strategy session as well. The parts of this, so firstly, no executive summary, no conclusions, no recommendations for this one. The assignment structure is different to the one that we used in Module 1. Because we want this almost to feel like a strategy document, and you wouldn't have those things in a strategy document. The thing that's going to be different between this and a strategy document you might write at work is you are going to explain how you have come to the decisions that you've come to about strategy based on the theoretical material. So for that reason, what we ask you to do with each section of this assignment is describe what you're going to do, or what the situation is, so the things you would normally include in a strategy, and then
add some commentary underneath that explains how the theoretical material relates to it. What's usually a good idea is to put the theoretical analysis in a different color or in italics, or to just separate it in some way, the strategy itself. And then you break that down into a number of sections, each of which we're going to talk about over the course of the sessions today. Start with an introduction which describes the business context. So what's the change or initiative that my internet connection is unstable. That's helpful, isn't it? Hopefully not too unstable. People at home, let me know if we get instability at any point. So
that would be now. I'm not sure they can hear us.
No.
It got all the way to it let us know, and then it stopped.
What's the organisation's aim? Right. Bear with us, everyone. Michael, can you now hear us okay?
So that's better. I think you got to tell us if there's any instability, and then it started lagging. So good timing.
If it's unstable, you can't really tell us because the Wi-Fi. I appreciate that attempt, but I'll try and keep an eye on it and make sure it. Hopefully, that was momentary, and we'll be all right from now on.
We had up to you saying start with an introduction that describes the business context, and then you went.
Which is pretty much as far as we got. So you just need to describe in this section what it is the business is trying to achieve. You can describe how that relates to the broader business strategy as well. So it's restructuring this area of the business, and that's part of an overall desire to cut costs or improve collaboration across the business, or that sort of thing. You'll usually describe, and again, we'll get into this when we talk through the theories on strategy, what that change is going to require of people in the organisation, which then helps you with the next section, which is around segmentation and current state. So this is where you'll look at who are the key groups of employees you'll need to communicate with, and what do you know about the current attitudes, thoughts, feelings, ways of working, behaviours of those groups of employees, all of which is important context for your decisions around what and how to communicate. And again, as with all these sections, a commentary on how the theoretical material relates to it. Your communication objectives, where you'll identify in clear terms what outcome you want the communication activity to have, and we'll again give you some theories that help you to formulate internal communication objectives. You might split those by different groups if you're looking to achieve different outcomes with different groups, for example. And again, how the theoretical material underpins those objectives. Then you'll describe your strategy. Importantly, what we don't want is just a list of communication activities or tactics. We need a description from you on what type of communication approach you're going to take to this problem in a way that allows us to see how that will help you to achieve your communication objectives, and how those in turn help the business to achieve what it's trying to do. Again, we'll give you plenty of material on this. After that, you do start to get into the tactics. So media, timing, and messaging. You might provide us with an activity grid here. You might provide us with a few key messages, for example. Importantly, if you're talking about a big and complex change in your organisation, I guess if you're really thinking through in comprehensive terms your communication approach, you might end up producing a 20-page document just on that. You can't do that here. because you've got to fit in the theoretical underpinning and the strategy itself. We usually say for the strategy sections, 1 to 1,500 words for those, and then the rest of your words, so 2,500 to 3,000 on the theoretical underpinning. So you are going to have to be selective about what you include here. So rather than giving us a comprehensive stakeholder analysis where you identify 36 different groups of employees you need to communicate with, which 2 or 3 groups are most important here? Rather than giving us an entire messaging house, what 2 or 3 key messages is it you need to try and get across? Or if you're not in a position to say what key messages would be at this point, what sort of broad tone and approach to that messaging are you going to take? You're with me so far. You stop me and ask questions if you need to.
Can you just go over what goes into the 1,000 word strategy? So is that literally the description of what?
No, sorry, that's a good question, Richard. Thank you. So where I'm saying you split the assignment into blocks describing the strategy itself that would form part of your business document in an organization, and blocks that are theoretical underpinning, all of the blocks together that describe your strategy, from this is the business problem, these are the communication objectives, these are the employee segments, that in total should be 1 to 1,500 words.
So it's the total of those different
The
colours.
total of all of those. So what I would expect to see, if you've got, let's say you're writing your strategy sections, as I call them, in black, and your theoretical sections in green, I would expect to see about 2/3 of your total word count in green.
Yeah.
If that isn't clear, do say.
Sorry, I think that's on my line you cut out, but I don't think that was generally there. Would you mind just saying the breakdown? I got the colours, but not what the colours link to. So I know there's a 2/3, but not which bit.
2/3, Amy, is the sections on theoretical underpinning all added together. So you'll have a section in black and then a section in green. Doesn't have to be green. Use whatever colour you want. I'm not worried about that. And when I'm looking at your full assignment, I will expect to see 2/3 of it in green. That they are the sections describing how the theory supports what's in your strategy. Yeah? Thanks for the clarification, Richard.
Ollie, sorry.
Definitely.
So are you calling all of the sections the strategy part?
Yeah, I am.
And is there an individual subsection which is the strategy?
Indeed, there is. And this is, I appreciate that this is a little confusing in terms of the terminology. It's just what these things tend to be called. So when you produce a strategy document in work, it will include lots of things that aren't actually the strategy. It will include the context, so describe what the business problem is. It will include the activity plan. The bit that we would describe as the actual strategy is how is communication going to help solve the business problem. So yeah, we have a subsection of the assignment structure that's called the strategy, because that's the bones of it. And I would say of all of it, it's the bit that's most important to get right, but yeah, it's surrounded by all of the necessary context for that.
Got it. Thank you.
We will keep on referring back to this through the day. So, and we'll also have wrap-up sessions at the end of both days. I want to be really sure that you're leaving these 2 days absolutely clear on what you need to go and do with these assignments. So any point it's not clear, we can come back round to it and talk again. Probably will help once you've seen some of the theories and can think about how you're going to start trying to slot them into this structure. But this is the structure. And then lastly, evaluation methodology. So how do you plan to evaluate the success of the strategy? How will you know that your communication has done the job that it set out to do, achieve those communication objectives in effect? So you can see that a lot of the sessions that we've got over all of today and the first part of tomorrow help you with each of these sections. We give you material on all of this. You should consider risk somewhere in this. Hi, Ranjit. Hello, Megan. Sorry.
Hello. Sorry. No, it's a quick question. You said earlier on that we could use a historical example, but we need to get ourselves in the frame of mind as though it's a current one. Do you want us to call out then as part of the like start introduction bit, whatever it is, that it is a past example, or do we just pretend that it's happening at present and plow on?
You pretend it's happening in the present. So you write everything as if this is a live issue. This is the situation that business is right now. So what we're going to do is this.
So as a marker, you're not bothered whether it's a past example or a current one. Okay.
That doesn't matter. It's purely for you. The risk of choosing something that's happened before is that you start to describe it in terms of what you did last time, rather than what you think the theory should guide you towards. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. Okay, so I've said here you'll need to separate the strategy sections from the academic underpinning. I've said that it's about 1,500 words for the strategy bits and the rest on the underpinning. I've given you an order to tackle these things in. You don't have to strictly follow that, because different sequences here tend to make more sense in different situations. So you might want to set your objectives after your segmentation. You might want to set some headline objectives, then do some segmentation, then set some more granular objectives. To an extent, you can play with this a little bit, but broadly what we expect is this to be divided into kind of 5-6 chunks, where you outline the strategy, outline the theoretical underpinning. Okay? So following this structure can be a good way of doing it, but we're not entirely prescriptive about it. Appendices, presentation format, this is all same as it is before. I guess the only thing is, with those sections that are going to be in black, you don't need to include any source in that, so no referencing. You can imagine that those are part of a strategy document you're writing for work purposes. So a lot of the formalities of academic writing don't need to apply there, but they definitely apply in your theoretical underpinning. I think that's it. Liz, anything you want to add?
I don't think so. No, I think that.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right. Good. Fine. In which case, let's start talking about strategy.
Sorry, can I ask a couple of questions?
Of course.
How do you end it? There's not a conclusion and recommendations. Is it just
Hello.
end?
Yes, it just ends.
Okay.
So you'll have probably your last section will be on measurement and evaluation, and then you'll have the theory about measurement and evaluation, and that will be the last bit of the assignment. And then your references, obviously your reference sheet needs to be there. So yeah, but it doesn't draw to a close in the same way that the others do.
And learning reflection, as we've done in the first one.
Do learning reflection in the first one.
Yeah, we've introduced it each time now.
Okay. Yes, then.
Okay. And then, sorry, another question. So obviously, it's not a huge amount of word count for the strategy. So would your recommendation be not to choose something hugely complicated?
Yeah, choice of issue is important here, actually. So let's talk about that for a bit. And Liz, your contributions here will be helpful.
Right.
Yeah, something absolutely vast is going to be really hard for you to contain within 4,000 words. Mm-hmm. So if you're talking about an organisation that's going through a massive transformation programme that includes both system changes, structural changes, personnel changes, new products, new markets, trying to encompass all of that, even though it's an interesting and exciting change to work on as a communicator, it's too much. So take an aspect of it. Take a particular business unit and how it affects that business unit, or a particular aspect of the change. So something that's relatively contained is helpful here. But if you take a small issue, like the closure of a catering service or something like that in one location, you might find there's just not enough in that to be able to explore it from a strategic point of view. So you need to find something that's about the right size. If after the 2 days you're playing around with 2 or 3 different ideas for what you could focus on with the assignment, run them by us. This has worked quite well with students in the past, so give us some thoughts on where you might be going, and we can guide you towards which might be viable. Liz?
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. It's really, you know, make it a bite-sized chunk. What we want is for you to be able to get into some depth in it, and if it's too broad, then it ends up just being too superficial, really. And yeah, sort of focusing on one particular sort of stakeholder group can sometimes be a useful way of doing it, but equally, as Ollie said, you know, it may be just one aspect of a bigger change can be useful as well. But again, once you send us through a structure, we can start talking in actualities as opposed to, yeah, just encourage you to do that as well.
We lost you for a second. I imagine that was a gem from Liz. You said you literally stopped halfway through. You said think in terms of whatever.
Right. So I was basically, I think I was reiterating what Ollie had said.
Okay.
And it's a group. Yeah, you can think about a stakeholder group or one, you know, sort of one aspect of a change. And then I made another point, and it's gone straight out my head. What did I say?
Send a structure.
Send a structure in. Cool. How could I forget that?
Okay.
Good. Thanks, Georgie. Sorry, it keeps cutting out, everyone. We'll have a chat with the team here at our break and see if there's anything we can do.
Well, why don't I go and find someone now?
I don't imagine there's going to be a lot, but let's see. Right, and I'm going to start the slides on strategy then. Okay. That's all right. Georgie, can you tell me if you're looking at a slide that says what is a strategy?
Yeah.
That's good.
With 2 red circles, yeah.
Lovely, thank you.
Are you recording, Ollie?
I'm recording, thank you, yes. Great. One of the 7,000 technical issues that we've had over the course of attempting to run the programme hybrid, and I still very much use the word attempting, is the slides moving for people in the room and not moving for people who are logging in from home. I don't know, why would anyone design a thing where that happens? But nonetheless, it does. So always worth a check. Okay, so we're going to spend the rest of the morning focusing on the issue of strategy and internal communication strategy specifically. As we have already exposed, the word strategy sounds like a simple one, but it has an enormously broad number of interpretations. When people in your organization send round a document and put the word strategy on the top of it, I guarantee in almost every case you'll have one person who's meant to read that who will claim that it's not a strategy at all and that a strategy is something else, but they can't quite describe what a strategy actually is. You'll, if you're like me, will have received some feedback from a manager at some point in the past suggesting that you should try and be more strategic without any specificity to what being more strategic is and how you should do it. So hopefully this morning spent exploring what the different people mean by the idea of strategy and how might that apply to us as internal communicators will be helpful to try and gain some clarity in that. Or maybe you came in feeling entirely clear on what the word strategy meant and will confuse the hell out of you. But either of those things is possible, but do give me feedback through so we get a sense of which direction we're going in. Okay, so here is a bit of a definition. This is a simple one. It's effectively the dictionary definition of strategy. If you look up strategy in virtually any dictionary, you'll get something like this. It's a plan of action to achieve a goal. Do you run into content quite a lot that claims plans and strategies are completely different things? Do you sympathise with that viewpoint? I mean, it's okay if you do. It's neither right nor wrong.
It's like splitting hairs.
Yeah, it is a little bit. And I think when people seek to try and drive a wedge between those ideas, it's kind of sometimes unhelpful, because what it suggests is that the strategy is sort of something big and vague and conceptual, and that's not really its origin. Its origin actually, its traditional uses have been largely in military terms. So your strategy is about how am I going to win the war, and that's not immaterial. That's about a set of steps that you are going to take that together result in victory. So it's it has a tendency in business of being interpreted in quite woolly ways, and I don't think that that's always helpful. And we'll get into that a little bit later on. But Saunders, who you will come into contact with a lot in Module 4, uses this definition. It's a strategy, it's a plan of action to achieve a goal. Oh, right. I'm going to need to move. Apologies, people at home. I'm just moving you about 3 inches to the right. There we go. That should help. So what do we mean when we talk about strategy in internal communication terms? This is the definition that we use in the IoIC guide to IC strategy. It's an approach to communicating with employees that directly supports the achievement of an organisation's objectives. So the build there upon your generic definition of strategy is that it's about communicating with employees. We're all good with that, right? That's what internal communication is. And that it's related to the achievement of an organisation's objectives. This is important, and I guess sounds about as obvious as it comes. But how many times have you seen internal communication work where you can't see a clear link between it and what the organisation is trying to achieve? I'm seeing nodding. I've seen it, definitely. So if we see internal communication work being done and effort being expended that doesn't seem to logically lead to a contribution to what the organisation is trying to achieve, why are we doing it? So strategy in internal communication terms is about us being able to confidently draw a clear line between the investment in time and energy we're making in internal communication and the organisation achieving something that it wants. This second quote here is from Rachel Miller. I really like it. I think it's a helpful distinction to make. Another thing that you might hear quite a lot about internal communication strategy, and this, the Gallagher State of the Sector report, you'll read that when it comes out each year. That asks a question about whether your organisation has a documented internal communication strategy. And the proportion of organisations answering that question yes is always quite low, and it always leads to a sort of outpouring of introspection about whether we're really doing our jobs right, if that's the case. But I think that there is a caveat here, which is that organisations are complex places with lots of things happening. Having one internal communication strategy for the whole organisation for all things it's trying to achieve, I think the risk with that is it ends up being generalised to the point of being not much use at all. When you've seen them, when I've seen them certainly, those big internal communication strategies that try and cover everything happening in an organisation, there's a risk they just end up being the same as each other. We're going to have channels so that we can have an open dialogue with our employees so that they can be more engaged and work harder. Well, almost doesn't mean writing down, does it? If it's not more specific than that, it may not be that helpful to the organisation. So Rachel makes a distinction between that sort of overarching strategy. I'm not saying it doesn't have a place, I'm sure it does, and targeted strategies that are about doing a specific thing that the business wants. So improving safety, for example, or guiding your organisation through a merger. And it's that, a targeted strategy, that we're looking for in your assignments. We all good with this? Great. Yeah. So how do we design internal communication that helps us to achieve an organisational goal? I'm going to take you through a few models over the course of this morning that might help you to make those logical links between the work you do and the goals the organisation wants to achieve. This one's from Bill Quirk, his book, Making the Connections. I guess many of you already had a little look through already. We do refer to it a bit in module 1. His big idea is all about connection and alignment. He talks about leaders being the people in organizations who can see what needs to be done because they have access to all of the context that you would need to make those decisions. And employees being the ones with their their hands on the levers of change. So leaders can't get stuff done without employees to do it for them. And employees won't know what to do unless their leaders are directing them, in essence. So the job of internal communication for him is to create alignment between the wishes of the leaders and the actions of the employees. And he sets out this flow for what's the set of questions you need to ask yourself on any issue in order to be able to get to communication activity that makes a difference. The first is that you need to understand what it is the business is trying to achieve. The second is that once you've understood what the business is trying to achieve, you need to know what does that mean in terms of what employees would need to think, feel, do, which is a model that gets used all the time, right? Think, feel, or do in order for that to come to pass. Then you need to know, where are employees now? So if they need to think, feel, or do these things, are they thinking, feeling, doing them at the moment? If not, what's stopping them from doing that? So understanding current attitudes, current behaviours is critical to being able to do the next job, which is working out what the key role for IC is. What objectives would communication need to achieve in order to make a contribution to the business problem? And then you can get to what communication activities do we need to invest in order to make that difference. Sounds pretty simple, right? What do we think of this? Does it work? Pretty similar to what you do? Does it work when you do it? Okay. Is it Catherine, Kat?
Yeah, Kat.
Kat, sorry, Kat. You waved your head in a sort of sometimes yes, sometimes no way.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is generally what I would try to do, but you know, where the employees are, you can never kind of understand the full kind of scope of where everybody is.
Yeah.
I think there's lots of things going on at one time. So even if you're trying to kind of target change around one area, like one other big thing can happen and kind of knock perspectives. You know, like it's kind of a constantly changing. So I feel like I usually get to the middle and then maybe identify the last two, but then it never quite affects. Maybe that's just me.
A lovely example of critique. Thanks, Kat.
This has to do with what was in one of the pre-reads, wasn't it? Where we're talking about the assumption here is that everything is predictable and then follows the logical process, whereas there's a lot of unpredictability within the organization and so many factors that come into play that it's not as straightforward.
Yeah. It's lovely. Thank you both. So firstly, good example of stuff you can build into your assignment. It would be nice to be able to follow this linear progression, but there are many overlapping changes in an organization. The breadth of attitudes, behaviors, beliefs makes it hard to analyze in a general level. Those are all true to a degree. Kat, yeah. I'm going to come to you in a second. I can see Georgie's hand up, so I'm just going to go to her first. Georgie.
Hi. Yeah, I was just, when I saw this, I think I did an eye roll that my teenage daughter would envy, because it's like, this is what we're always trying to bring people back to. You know, this is the flight path. But yeah, so many deviations. And I think everybody's sort of thinking that they know what comms is. And, assuming what we're going to do. And in my organisation, it invariably involves building an app for somebody. And I've never built an app in my entire life, because that's not where and how we want to make that connection. But I'm going to shop for the Bill Quirk book because I found it really useful in module 1.
Great, thank you, Georgie. Amy, I'll come to you in a second. I'm going to come to Kat first.
Similar to what Georgie said, I think the where our employees now can often be a gap because quite often people want to rush through that process and there isn't the time to necessarily spend to gather how people are feeling. They just want to move on to the next stage and implement it, and that can sometimes be a barrier to be able to communicate why it's really important to do that in the middle. I think we often think that it's okay to just do that at the end, so it's really helpful, I think, to see it laid out in that way, to think actually that's why you do it at that point.
I think that's the most helpful thing about Quirk's model, actually, because the rest of it's fairly straightforward. It's project management 101, isn't it? What do you want? Have you got some clear objectives? Do stuff that gets you that. It's saying that it's important that you understand what it is that's stopping people making the change you want currently. Because otherwise, how are you going to choose how to try and influence the situation for the better? And you're right, it happens too infrequently at the moment. Amy.
Yes, so where I am, communications is definitely viewed well, but the purpose of it, I think, is a bit waylaid. So, for example, I think communications where I am, outside of communications, viewed as a bit of a tick box. So it's things that people we desperately need, but when you go, why, what are you trying to achieve? They never know. So it's very much, it's somewhere in their plan, it needs to be done, and they desperately needs an article, and that will solve everything. And the audience, of course, is everyone. Everyone needs to know. So we're forever taking people back to the stakeholder engagement part of what they're doing to then enable us to look through what's the strategy bit for the business. It always seems to be a bit lacking. So I would definitely say that's our challenge, but I don't know if that resonates elsewhere. Just comsify it.
Yeah, there was a lot of support for that in the room, Amy. I don't know if that's come across to you, but it's definitely here. It's maddening, isn't it? But what hopefully is helpful about this exercise that you're going to go through over the next month or so is it's your opportunity to show your organisations what this looks like if you take a problem through the right series of steps and what set of conclusions you arrive at about the communication activity that's desirable. I would be willing to hazard a guess that you'll end up with something quite different to what your organisations might typically do, and that's valuable. Okay, let's look at an example of this just to bring it to life a little bit. So let's say you're a retail bank, and what you want to do is you want to grow your business by selling new products, let's say mortgages, to existing customers who use your current accounts. That's what you're trying to do. So what do you need your employees to think, feel, or do in order for that to happen? Well, you need them to be motivated to help the business grow, otherwise they're not going to do anything to help you. You need them to understand the products that you've got on offer, and you need them to, particularly, I'm talking about maybe your service centre staff here, you need them to cross-sell products when they're talking to customers. That's the outcome you really want here. So you need to understand what is it that might be stopping them cross-selling those products at the moment. Maybe they don't know much about the products. Maybe they are pretty attached to the customer and are concerned that the mortgages that you're offering are not as strong as those offered by competitors, so they don't really want to advocate for them. Maybe it's because they're under pressure to keep call times down and they therefore don't want to take the additional time to try and make the cross-sell. Could be any of those things. And to the point that Kat was making, if you don't stop to check what it is that either is stopping or would stop people from making the change you're looking for, you can't then choose the right activities. Quirk talks about identifying what the key job for internal communication is. That's really about setting your communication objectives. In this case, it might be to increase those call centre employees' understanding of how mortgage products fit customer needs. So it might just be about that myth busting that needs to happen. Actually, I get why you think those are better, but our mortgage products have really good features that are great for the types of customers we have. Here's how. So if that's what you want to do, increase employees' understanding of the fit. Then you might do product demos at team meetings with subject matter experts, people who design the mortgages. You might share customer testimonials to prove back to those call center employees that the customers actually really do value these products. Okay.
At what stage would you identify kind of different audience groups? So would that at the think, feel, do, would you identify there that potentially different areas of the business might need to do different things?
Because your R&D people here, they might need to understand the customer better in order to develop new products that meet their needs, if that's the business strategy. And that's a completely different communication challenge to the one you've got. So yes, here you would think about hi Gary, how you doing? Grab a seat, there are a few around. So here you would think about what's needed from different groups of employees in order for the business to achieve that strategy. And it might be that once you've listed out the main groups of employees in the organisation, there are some where you think communication actually isn't probably the major problem. Maybe the better solution there is training. Maybe it's about performance management, in which case there's less of a need to prioritise them in communication terms. Your call centre employees' communication perhaps can make a real difference there. So that's where you focus your effort. Make sense? Yeah,
can I ask here, for instance, with the culture assignment, we were analyzing a lot of stuff and we needed to prove, kind of support it with data. So for instance, over here, when we're doing, looking at, if I'm thinking of like academics, and then submitting like our assignments, but like, for instance, when we make claims like low confidence in some products, are you going to take our word for it? Do we need to support them with data as well further, or?
If you've got data, we love data. So if you have a survey that demonstrates some underlying issues that are going to prevent people doing what the business wants it to do, then that's fantastic. With this and with the next assignment, to a degree, some of it you may have to base on observation and anecdote. Try to avoid it where you can.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Fair, Liz?
Sorry, Ollie.
Yep.
Just on the what's needed for our employees, thinking of the assignment where you said don't pick something that's massive or huge because it's just too much. Would we, if this was a model that we use in an assignment, would we basically say what we are focusing on as an employee group for a particular initiative if it was part of a bigger program? So we might say we are not focusing on one group of people, we're focusing on another because of X, Y, Z.
Right. So what you can do when you get to that segmentation section is you can say there's lots of employee groups who are affected by this, but we prioritise these three.
Right.
Yeah. Now you might not do that in a real world situation. You might prioritise more. You might have a plan for all of them, but it's one way you can narrow what you're doing in this assignment. That's all under your control. So you can choose a specific element of the change, but think about it in terms of a few audience groups. You could think about one audience group and look at a broader number of change impacts. Okay. All right. Let's move on. Okay, so when you think about those key jobs for internal communication, that's about setting your communication objectives. I am going to come back later in this session to that important job of segmentation and analysing the current state. I've got a few thoughts on that might help with that section. But communication objectives goes wrong, both in real life and sometimes in draft assignments as well. So just want to labour the point on this a little bit. Your objectives have to describe what outcome you want the communication to have, not what communication you are going to do. A particular trigger for me, which I know about and is a personal, this is my problem, not yours, but objectives that start to effectively communicate blah, that's not really a communication objective. It's not really a strategy either. It kind of goes without saying that you want to effectively communicate about something. So this is a model from Dollins and Stemmel, which I think is quite useful for this. Your communication objectives need to describe a change you're going to bring about through communication, to increase awareness, to increase understanding, to create a belief, to change behaviour. That's the kind of stuff that we need to see when you describe communication objectives to us. They also describe this as a build. So in order to change someone's understanding of something, you need to have already changed their awareness of it. They can't understand something they're not aware of. in order for someone to believe in something, they need to understand it. And in order for somebody to do something different, then they need to believe in it. This is, of course, the case where people have got discretion more than anything else, I guess. And when we talk about Smythe later on, he explores this. There are some organizations where it's entirely possible. You say, just do this, and people have to do it because of the power structures in the organization, because it's their job. But are they going to do it well if they don't believe in it, understand it? Probably not. So Dollins and Stemmel, for them, this is the seed of strategic communication. It's how do we get towards changing people's beliefs about stuff and changing their actions through communication, and how do we build understanding upon awareness and belief upon understanding in order to underpin that. So they're the sorts of things you might need to describe in your communication objectives section. You might do this for specific groups of employees, and it might be different for different groups. So in the same way I described to you, the key objective for those call center staff is to increase their understanding of the products available and how well they suit customers. With your R&D staff, it might be to increase understanding of the customer and their needs to help their product development. Bit of an example, I guess, to walk through this. Let's say you're introducing performance-based pay. How many of your organisations have performance-based pay at the moment? Not many. Bonuses, different pay rewards based on. Okay, you're all lucky. Those of you that don't. It's annual rat race. So let's say you're introducing it in your organisation. Firstly, you might want to build awareness of the fact that performance-based pay is coming. People don't know, you need to know. You might want to create understanding of the reasons why the business considers that to be a good idea. Then you might want to promote the belief that performance-based pay will be good for the organisation, therefore is worth buying into. And the action and behaviour, I guess, you really want out of that is that people double down, work really hard towards their targets, aim to achieve stretch objectives because they want to get the maximum outcome. That's the whole thing. So that's how you might frame a set of communication objectives around a change based on this model. Okay. Next one, please, Liz. This is from Bill Quirk again. So this is another model that does the same thing. And he talks again about these things working as a build. Awareness leads to understanding, understanding support, support involvement, involvement commitment. He describes all of those things in making the connections. You can read through and see what you think of it. With both the Dollins and Stemmel model and the Quirk model, we'll come back to this when we talk about channels tomorrow. They say that the higher up this ladder you go, the more your communication needs to focus on the quality of relationships between people, the quality of interaction between people, the more it describes, the more it needs an exchange rather than simply a delivery. Again, talk about that when we talk about channels. But that can be really helpful in your assignments for making the link between your chosen objectives and the communication activities that will achieve those objectives. Gives you good theoretical underpinning. I like this version a little less. And the reason I like it a little less is I think involvement makes it really woolly. Because for me, involvement's sort of an activity more than an outcome. I think what he's often describing is where you want people to act. But we'll often talk about communication activities that are designed to create involvement. We'll talk about involving people in a process as a communication activity. I find this makes things really muddy. You look like you agree, Liz.
It drives me nuts.
Right. So if we go back to Dollins and Stemmel for a second, I just find this a little bit clearer for framing objectives in that you don't end up in a place where your objectives start to sound a bit like activities and your activities end up sounding a bit like objectives. What do you think? Yeah, Aaron?
Yeah, I agree. I was originally a teacher, and I think, in teaching we have always this Bloom's taxonomy of kind of like goals, and you formulate kind of your class goals, and then students will be able to, like at the end of the class.
Yeah, learning
you're
outcomes.
looking at and you're looking at the kind of understanding is kind of like a lower level goal than, for instance, being able to action some change, like using, I don't know, the past tense or whatever else. And so I think this to me makes more sense, because if I think in those terms, then involvement is really also kind of like, that is what we're doing throughout. Like, so I think this makes more sense to me.
It's involvement a thing you do or a thing you get?
Yeah.
It's not clear. Right. Thank you. Georgie, before we move on.
I've forgotten what I was going to say. Sorry.
Georgie,
Gary,
sorry.
did you say you were a teacher?
Yes.
Is there anything you're not good at? I'm in awe. I feel like you've lived 7 lives already. You're amazing. Sorry.
Thank you, Georgie. Thank you, Yarrow. Let's move on to the next one, please. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to talk about all of this a little bit in your groups now. I think what we'll do, did we say we're going to have a break about now? I think we did, didn't we, Liz?
Probably.
Yeah, 10:30, is that what I said? See, as you can see, I'm completely in control of the schedule here. So I think what we'll do is we'll take a half-hour break now, grab a cup of tea, which we eventually found outside.
You go sort of outright and then just keep walking and you'll find a little room.
Off the lifts and stairs.
So it's up to you, in your groups, split the time how you want to, have a bit of downtime, but also spend some time talking about these 2 questions. When are awareness and understanding helpful? When's it good to achieve those things? And what kinds of changes in belief, action and behaviour have you seen communication drive in your experience? And how did it do that? Okay?
And the group that are at home, shall I just put you in a discussion group now and you can decide how you split your time up? And when are we calling them back?
So we're going to have half an hour for both those things together. So 11 o'clock, we will come back together.
Okay, great. Oh, that's exciting. What's happening next? Right.
Okay, is that clear enough? Yep. We'll leave the questions up as well. Oh, I'm going to check that out in a minute. That's a selling point for me.
My CEO said this a couple of weeks ago. He said, I feel like I'm the only one talking about this. He said, well, there's your problem. I really want me to get behind. He didn't want to do it, so they didn't get behind. So it should be going up like the CEO. It's not the thing that it's his
I'm liking the food so far. It's actually turned up properly.
This definitely seems to work easier and better. Small sample.
They can hear at home better without us tapping about on our part. Change is necessary, but Ollie is at a stage of
rather than disrupt.
Exactly.
Okay, everyone, let's come back together. Just going to get a little bit of feedback on these 2 questions. Let me come to the group at the back first. Any key points come out of your conversation? Gary. Hi, Gary.
Well, we were sort of talking about examples that we've experienced where bringing people along in order to effect change or desire to change by making them part of the message helps to create some awareness and understanding in a 2-way communication. So it's what effect or impact would I like to effect, and how would you like to impact or invest your thoughts and ideas into. So by that co-creation,
right,
that awareness and understanding.
So a sense of ownership helps with getting a change in behaviour. Okay, thank you. It's really helpful. Little table here. So everyone's waiting for one person.
We talked a bit about, I guess, how
yeah, those kind of most impacted by a change or a decision might need more kind of understanding of it than those who perhaps just need to be aware, and how you can kind of segment groups according to that. Yeah, and I think also, what else did we talk about?
So what's in it for me?
Yeah.
So, you know, having that awareness. I mean, I use the example of a technology change where users weren't going to see anything, not do anything, you know, do anything differently, but tech people wanted to tell everybody about it.
Because they've done some clever work, right?
It's not
So
changing anything with data, there's no benefit for them, but actually what they're doing is working towards a more strategic sustainability goal by introducing this tech. So that's where we took the message. So it's realizing that it doesn't apply to everybody. It's understanding your audience is really, I think, what's in it for them.
very good. Thank you. Up here.
Well, one of the things we did touch on, even though it's not exactly answering the question that's over there, was the second question where you talk about the impact of communication. We said, well, whose communication? And I think that the kind of the point was that there needs to be consistent communication to even affect change. Communication that's, you know, because sometimes we're thinking in terms of what is the CEO communicating or somebody else, you know, in the leadership team, but they might not have a direct impact on the change. It's going to be trickled down, it's going to be cascaded and enforced or supported by people who are further down the line and closer to the people themselves.
Yeah. So, group online, anything you want to add to that? Anything came up in your conversation? Have you all frozen?
I shared an example we had recently in the business where I was part of the team that was impacted. I wasn't part of the communication of it, but part of the team that was impacted. And we were saying that often leaders are making decisions about things, and it might be, you know, they might have spent a whole year thinking about it. So they've had chance to get on board with the change and get their head around it. But then they sort of have this flurry to communicate it as quickly as possible. And if they don't bring people along on the journey, that can have longer term implications to sort of how things land. And I was saying that this example, we had a big change. So we restructured as a business. A lot of people did lose their jobs. They told everybody sort of, it was a cascade all back to back. There were areas where maybe in one of them in the team, not my team, the wider team I was in, sorry, where we heard about it as part of a wider cascade before we'd heard about it at an individual level. So on a team of like 60 odd people, my team was the only team that was impacted where we were splitting in half. So we also had jobs, but we were like, hang on a minute, what? And then the noise that all of these kind of cascades then resulted in has meant that we've had like 4 months as a business where productivity has just been all over the place. People have been like, what on earth's going on? What does it mean for us? I'm doing twice, not me personally, but people saying, you know, I'm doing twice the amount of work now. I've lost half my team. And it's just caused so much noise and productivity issues that then we had to have a whole team off site. You know, 450 people were kind of brought in to come and have a full day connect to it, and a bit of a leaders putting their hands up and saying, you know, we didn't do this in the right way. So I guess going back to that sort of, you know, what can the impact be in terms of belief and action and behavior and stuff? Like if it's not delivered right in the first time, what they see as a opportunity to improve productivity can actually have a massive knock on the longer term.
Thanks, Megan. Sorry for your pain, but a great example. So involvement and co-creation, ownership. We had allowing group sense making, segmenting, prioritizing. So a lot of things that we've referred to already and will continue to refer to. We also talked about consistency, sustainability. That will come up a lot, I think, in what Ranjit talks about this afternoon when we look at change theories. So all of these are things that you might want to build in to your response to the initiative or change that you choose. And there's good theoretical underpinning for all of those things. So your experiences entirely come from what we know or don't know about the workplace and how change plays out. Okay, Liz did some, I'm going to move back for a second. Liz raised, I think, a really valid piece of criticism of this sort of thinking, actually, just before we went for break. So I'm going to share it with you, which is this relationship between belief and action and behavior, and the premise that you need to achieve a change in belief in order to get a change in action and behavior. I'm confident that there are occasions where that happens, but I think a fair criticism of this is that sometimes you need to get people to act in order to start to bring about a change in belief. And there's, again, plenty of theory that will back that up, particularly from sense making. You talked about cognitive dissonance.
Is the most obvious one.
Right. And as with all models, what people who develop models are trying to do is to make something simple enough that you can do something about it. But in the simplification process, you sometimes lose some valuable nuance as well. And I think that that's a really good example of that. So both an example of how you might want to think about this model when you apply it, and of how you might want to explore some of the potential critiques of the models you're applying in your strategy.
I think if you take this de facto, you could spend a hell of a lot of time on some issues trying to get belief and never getting there, and what are the implications of that. And actually, this is from years of training line managers in team briefing in my younger days, where sometimes you just need to get them doing it and getting the experience of it, and then they start to see the benefit of it comes from that, whereas having conversations about it would never have cut it.
Quite contextual, though. I mean, you don't teach someone to drive by attempting to inspire belief in the car being able to move. But equally, if you want somebody to interpret a more general type of aim in an organisation, we'll talk about this a bit more later, but something like, can you collaborate more with each other? Yeah. Then you might need a change in belief in order for people to start interpreting that the right way. Let's move on. Okay. So I just want to labour a point a little bit about that distinction between strategy and tactics. Again, it's a bit like the strategy and plan one, is splitting hairs to a degree. But the point I made this morning is probably the most important to bear in mind when you're putting together your proposed strategy, your proposed plan of action in your assignments. We need to see how doing that would result in the achievement of your communication objectives. And as a rule, a long list of communication activities won't make it clear enough how it is your approach to communicating this challenge will achieve the objectives. This is a distinction that a consultant, a lot of the people we're citing here are consultants, called Richard Howarth makes. And he splits goals, objectives, strategy, and tactics a little bit on those lines, on the basis of, firstly, that thing I referred to a number of times this morning. Your goals and objectives are about what it is you're trying to get, and your strategies and tactics are about how it is you're going to get it. So that distinction is really important to hold in your mind. And then the distinction between strategy and tactic is the strategy needs to be a bit more general, because it needs to be a description of how tactics that you're applying together work cohesively to achieve the end goal. Whereas the tactics are specifics. Gary?
Is there any reason why you're saying tactic as opposed to action?
No, action, activity, any of those things. And I think one of the weaknesses of that quirk model is that there's not really a distinction between communication activities and communication strategy. So there is a risk with it that you just end up with a list of stuff you're going to do. Obviously, that's not the intention, but it is a risk in applying that model how it stands. He makes a distinction between goals and objectives as well, which I don't think is as important. Again, there's a general goal you're trying to achieve, which is broad, and then there are specific objectives within that, which are quantifiable. I'll give an example, which will help to bring this to life a bit, I think. So let's say your overall communication goal is to build employee support for cost reduction measures, because you're going to have to reduce some costs across the business. A supporting objective for that might be that 75% of employees say they understand the reasons why cost reduction is necessary. This will help you a little bit when it comes to measurement as well, because whilst it will probably be arguable whether this has happened, if you quantify what you're trying to achieve at a slightly more granular level, then you will be able to say at the end whether or not that has been achieved. So that's what you're trying to get. Your strategy then, which is set out at a more general level, is support leaders to be highly visible, deliver a consistent and compelling message outlining the current business position and why cost reduction is necessary. When you get to this bit of your assignments, you'll need to be a bit more expansive than this. I want to divide it together on a slide, but half a page-ish normally for this. Yeah, half a page outlining broadly what your communication approach is to solving this business problem. All right, and that sort of level, rather than we're going to do lots of team meetings and send out some fact sheets. And then your tactics, activities are things like, okay, there's going to be a CEO video because I've said I need to support leaders here. That's going to be an important element of this. So a CEO video is one way that I can help leaders to communicate with their people.
Sorry,
Richard?
Half a page is the top two? Or
No, for this bit, the strategy. Yeah, so when you get to that bit that we called the strategy in the assignment, that's about half a page of you outlining what your communication approach is. And then after that, you'll do your commentary bit where you describe why the theory supports your chosen communication approach. So in this case, Ranjit's going to talk us through, I think you refer to Kotter later on, don't you? Yeah. So Kotter talks about the need to build a compelling, unifying vision in change communication. So in your commentary section to this, you might say, I am choosing a compelling message because Kotter says this is important for being able to move towards change. Yes? And then when you get down to your media messaging section, you would include things like CEO videos or any of the other things that you would do to support leaders to be visible, deliver a consistent message. Liz, anything you want to add on that? This is a common stumbling block, which is the reason why we labour the point a little bit.
It is the difference between the approach and then and here's the detail of what we can do, because sometimes what people do, they'll put a summary of the detail in the approach, and that's not what we're looking for. And actually, if you go, when you're looking when you're reading round on this, the QUIRT model, the key jobs for internal communication, he gives various examples which are all basically what the strategy is, which is different from then, because the tactics are how you execute the strategy. Does that make sense?
He does muddy objectives and strategies a little bit in there, though. Yes, it covers that material.
Sorry, Ollie. I don't know if maybe I'm just the only one that's not followed this. I feel like I've just got really lost in like the last 2 minutes of what you were just saying. I didn't follow at all what you just said about the half a page bit. I think the strategy and objectives and communication bit are all blurring into one.
Yep. So I want to whiz through. There we go. This is the structure of your assignment. Again, you do have license to play with this a little bit, but if you follow this, then you see the fourth section down, which is where you set out your overall approach to achieving the objectives. That's the section I'm talking about, Megan. So that in there, you need to give us about half a page on what's your communication approach to achieving the communication objectives. Yeah? And it's set out at a general level, so not a list of tactics is basically what we're saying.
Fine, okay, I understand. Thank you.
No problem at all. So yeah, that little bit of copy there is an example of the sort of level that should be pitched at.
So that example on screen is an example of the structure for the third point on that previous slide you showed us, which was communication objectives.
That's the third, sorry, hang on.
Gives you the overall.
In your communication objectives section, you cover stuff like the first two.
Okay.
Yeah. In your strategy section, you cover something like what's in the third bullet point. And in your media messaging and channels section, you would have things like a CEO video.
Yes. Okay, I understand now. Thank you.
It's important to say to everyone throughout this, if it doesn't make sense how this is all meant to come together, because this is what you're going to do and be marked on. And not only that, this is one of the things we want to help you to be able to apply in real world situations. So it's important from both those perspectives. Gary?
Because of the way my brain works,
and
I'm probably going to be confusing things a little bit. Is it the same as saying strategy is conclusions and example tactics is recommendations? Or am I really confused?
I wouldn't think about it in that way. No. With this assignment, I wouldn't think about things in terms of conclusions and recommendations, because effectively, when you get into your objectives, strategy, media messaging sections, all of those are recommendations, and they're recommendations on the basis of the theoretical underpinning that you then provide. Okay, it's a really different structure. Gary, we talked through the whole structure of the assignment at the beginning of the day. We recorded it, so it's there for you. Okay. All right, let's move on, please, Liz.
Amy's got her hand up.
Oh, sorry, Amy. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to 100% check I've understood that, Ollie, because I thought I had, and I realised I in fact did not. So just 100% double check. So your overall comms goals goes in your intro section, then your support and objectives, where you go, these are your breakdown, the comms objectives go in the comms objective section. Then your strategy sort of roundup there goes in your strategy section, but then your example of tactic goes in your media section. Have I got that right?
More or less. So the last three things you said, all absolutely correct. With the overall communication goal, yeah, you might put it in that first section, or you might put it in your communication objectives section even. Right. I would do what makes most sense to you there, because you might find it makes sense to set a big overarching communications goal and then segment your audience and then talk about more specific communications objectives by group. Or you might find it makes sense to do the segmentation and analysis and then come to your overall communication objective. I think that's really down to the issue you're looking at and what makes sense in your mind.
Lovely, thank you. That's really helpful.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Subjective segmentation and current state. I said I would come back to this. So you have that section of the assignment that's about breaking down your employees into groups for the purposes of communication and thinking about what you currently know about them. I mean, quirks, terms, your current state. What is it that you know about people and what's stopping them from making the change that you want to make? So a couple of things, firstly, that may help with underpinning your segmentation of your employees, starting with them as one big group and breaking them down into smaller groups for communication purposes. This is from Dollins and Stemmel. They advocate for that type of segmentation, and they provide a breakdown of the types of subgroups of employees that may require a different communication approach. So this can be helpful for that purpose. You might want to be more context driven because of the specific nature of your change impacting certain groups of employees more than others. They're not saying that this is something you should rigidly follow, just that these are groups that quite commonly require some kind of difference in communication response. Next one, please, Liz. You'll probably all be familiar with this. It's your classic stakeholder mapping method, which is originally developed by Mendelow, expanded on by Johnson, Scholes and Whittington. This can be helpful, again, for identifying which groups might be a priority for you. The way you use this is you identify who has got power, and power in the context of the specific thing that you're doing. So some of that might be just derived from where power sits in the organisation overall. Where could you find a good analysis of where power sits overall in your organisations? Assignment 1, yes, exactly, you've done it. So you can refer back to it as well here. Some of it might be about who has power over the specific thing that you're currently trying to change. And level of interest, how invested are the different groups of employees in the thing that you're trying to make happen? How much might they be impacted by the change you're making? So if you arrange your groups of employees on those two axes, then you end up with them in one of these 4 boxes, each group in one of these 4 boxes. For those that have limited interest in what you're doing and not much power over it, it makes sense to minimize your effort invested in those groups. So to the point that you made, Sam, about your technology change, you've got a group of people who sounds like, from what you described, have low power over this, low interest. There's limited point of even being aware of it, but you might do a small amount of that. If they've got a lot of interest but low power, they can be a tricky group. They're not going to determine whether the thing succeeds or fails, but they're going to be hungry for information about it. Therefore, you need to find a way to keep them informed about it without stretching your resources. This can be a really hard group to manage because they will typically be knocking at your door quite a lot. But if they're not going to be the ones who determine whether or not what the business wants gets done, then your effort shouldn't be overly expended there. With your high power, low interest stakeholders, different things you can do with them. You want them satisfied with what's happening, because the danger is that if they become dissatisfied, their level of interest increases, and depending on their stance on what you're trying to get done, that could be problematic. It might be a thing you want to achieve because they're potentially key advocates. They're not currently advocating for the thing you want to do. You want to drag them over into this space here, which is to make them key players. So it would depend a little bit on what else you know about their stance on the issue, which actually is a good illustration of the limitations of this as a method, in that you kind of need to know a bit more about, are they broadly positive or negative about these things? Might they change over the course of what you're trying to do in order for this to make sense and be useful? But it's one way you can at least approach the initial job of breaking people down into groups. And then obviously your high power, high interest groups are the ones that are going to be key, and therefore that you want to invest most of your interest in and your effort in. We'll move on to the next one, please, Liz. Right.
Sorry, can we just go?
Yeah, of course.
Reading this completely wrong, but if you're trying to influence a change in, say, junior staff, they might have low interest and low power, but they're the people you're trying to influence.
Yeah. So I think that's the difference between, do they have low interest and low power in general, or low interest and low power over the thing you're trying to get done? Because ultimately, if it's at their discretion, their power is quite high. It's a question of whether it is at their discretion, I think. But yes, another illustration of the fact that, like all models, what this does is take a sea of complexity and turn it into a series of intersecting circles or 4 boxes on a grid. It is not a true reflection of the world. And if you try to look at these models as being a true reflection of the world, the risk is you end up oversimplifying something complex. To my next slide. So, understanding the complexity of what's really going on, and you can go back to quite a lot of your theory from module 1 to attempt to expand your understanding. On this change, on this issue, what is it that's going on amongst employees that will be material to how I then communicate it? So, for example, in sense making, Bike talks about frames. Anyone tell me what a frame is? Give me a simple, brief description of what a frame is. We're casting our minds back months.
It's highlighted, let's say, something that stands out, something like that.
It's like people
out bits of reality that we think matter more to the people.
Yes, it's like people's mental map of this territory, right? So it's everything that's happened that is related to the issue that's now being interpreted. Someone's previous experience of changes in organizations, for example, is going to be part of their frame for interpreting the new cue. And your communication is going to be a new cue, isn't it? So stuff that might inform people's frames would be the change or initiative in question. What do people already know about it? What opinions have they already formed about it? What are people's general attitudes towards organizational strategy, direction, and leadership? For example, it's going to make a fairly big difference when you introduce your piece of change communication, whether people generally have quite high trusting leaders and feel like they make good decisions in their interests, or quite low trusting leaders. That is going to be material to you. What influence does the organization's culture have on how people make sense of information? You've got an analysis of your organization's culture. Again, you can use that to help with your analysis of how this change could be received by your employees. So,
for that one,
yeah.
is it presumably enough to say my organisation has a role?
Yeah, and then you can cite yourself.
So like, yeah, okay, but we're not then going back into because X, Y, Z.
No, don't do that, because then you're doing assignment 1 again. So the whole point here is you can build on your assignment 1. You've got an analysis of power, you've got an analysis of culture. You can go back to that and say, because this organisation has a role culture, there's a risk that.
Yeah.
So go back to your sense making, because it will help you a lot with working out how best to make your selection of communication strategy. Shannon and Weaver, very similar stuff this, but we talked about entropy, which is about how new or unfamiliar is what's being introduced to people. It's going to be relatively familiar, to which things might be misinterpreted is lower. But if it is novel, then the degree to which misinterpretation can happen much greater. Liz, you run the session on both of those things. Is there anything you want to add about those?
I don't think so. I mean, I guess the only thing would be thinking about what might be informing people's frame. It's also what they might imagine that this might be about, and the misconceptions. So it's not just what do they know about it, it's what do they think they know that could be like completely wrong, and that you need to be kind of reeling back in. But yeah,
all of this is going to be important. Okay. Quirk talks about what's stopping people. We've talked about that already. That was our call center employees. The thing that's stopping them is that they don't think that the product's good for the customer. That's what we need to change. So if you know or reasonably suspect what's stopping people doing the thing you want, that helps you determine what communication objectives and strategy to choose. And this is from Lawrence. It's a piece of work on change resistance. I've put it on Sol because it's HBR article and is therefore locked down. I've also put a couple of CIPD sources that Liz refers to tomorrow on Sol. It's our secret. Please. So you can get those. So this piece by Lawrence on why do people resist change is really interesting. He talks about people resisting change if they're not customarily treated as people whose opinions matter. You're trying to involve people in this one thing, this one time, but generally you have no interest in doing that, then people are going to be suspicious of that. This is all stuff that you see play out in organisations all the time, but this gives you the theories to explain why and how. Next one, Liz. Just to emphasise the point, hands up if you drive. Okay, hands up if you confidently know exactly what this sign means. Gary! No bikes jumping over cars. Right, and look, this is the thing. If I asked you all to guess then what your interpretation of this sign is, you'd all come up with slightly different guesses at it. Probably it means no motor vehicles for your future driving reference. But that's exactly why this stuff is important, because if you go into your communication tactics, your messaging with too many assumptions about how the new signal is going to be interpreted in your organization, then you risk creating more confusion. There's a few bullets here, Liz. Just bring them all up. So how likely is it that employee sense making is going to vary from what leaders intend? What are the potential consequences if that type of misinterpretation happens? So how dependent are you, for example, on discretionary employee decisions? And might they decide things that are entirely at odds with what leaders are expecting? And what communication approaches might reduce the risk of this? All stuff that you can be thinking about and drawing back on those module 1 theories to inform. Next one, Liz. All right, I'll take a pause there just in case anyone's got any questions about that. Thank you for the amount of participation we've had so far today, by the way. It really makes such a difference when people are forthcoming with things, and you have been, so really appreciate that. All right, we're now going to talk about something that several of you did refer to earlier, And that's about how much of a plan is there, because everything we've talked about so far does sort of assume that you've got a group of leaders who've worked out exactly what they want. They know exactly what staff need to think, feel, and do in order to make the thing happen. And they've got a really material set of outcomes for you to work towards. Everyone's experienced that this happens all of the time, right? This is the quality of leadership we have in our organisation. Okay, so we all know that isn't always the case. And what the theories about strategy say about this is that strategy can be plan. So it can be a plan of action that's written down that you follow through step by step in order to achieve a goal. Or it can be emergent, where the organisation's course of action happens through other means than somebody planning it all out at the beginning and writing it down. And that is the reality of the organisations we operate in. I think we just proved that. This is a good source on this from Lamini, and he says that most realized strategies, so that's the strategy that actually happens rather than the one that is written down in the document, are an outcome of the combined influence of planned strategy and of emergent strategy. So you'll see both of these things combining in your organization to determine what actually happens. Next one, Liz. Some reasons why this happens in organizations. Whiz through this relatively quickly. It's more for interest, I guess. Culture, obviously, culture determines, as you will have explored in module 1, what things people tend to believe and tend to do in organizations. And to some extent, those might be in line with or at odds with what's actually in the document. Several of you, I think, in your assignments pointed out that there is misalignment between the values and beliefs that individuals hold in the organisation, or groups of individuals hold in the organisation, and those that are espoused by the corporate centre. In those cases, you might see cultural influences create alternative strategies to those that are planned by the organisation. Politics. Politics, the lens that you can look at this through is that what ends up being enacted in organisations, that's the process, that's the product of a series of negotiations between people with the most power in the organisation. So an influential person with an opinion who has the chief executive's ear, that can be the determining factor in the course of action taken, rather than what some planning group wrote in a document a year ago. Resource allocation, where the resource is will determine what work actually happens. So if, for example, you have a bottleneck in your organisation, let's say it's marketing, and what happens when work hits marketing is that they have a prioritisation framework. The stuff that gets prioritised is the stuff that happens, that becomes the de facto strategy. And then there's this idea, which again Johnson, Scholes and Whittington talk about, of logical incrementalism, which is where you effectively design the organisation in a way that enables it to be more flexible about strategy. That might happen because your environment's really uncertain. The AI is a factor in this at the moment, isn't it? In that we all know that it's going to have a substantial impact on most industry sectors. We can't foresee what all of those impacts are going to be, so organisations need to retain a degree of flexibility in how they respond to what the new technologies can do and what change they bring. This is about allowing room for manoeuvre. And allowing room for manoeuvre might also be about senior leaders, managers, generally having a preference for broad interpretations of strategy. This goes back to the first point I made this morning. When you say strategy to some people, that can mean the very broad and the very general. You might prefer as a leader to say that what I want is for everyone to be their best, for us to put the customer first and keep costs to a minimum. And that's it, that's my strategy, go do that. That might be a preference managers have. And you might want to stimulate innovation. So you might want to allow room for people in your organisation to think of new ideas, make new contributions to the direction, again, because you think that that's the best way of you being able to respond to your objectives and market conditions. So organisations, for a variety of reasons. Hi, yes?
Just on that, would you put into that section things like reviewing the strategy, you see it's not landing properly, use some measurements, and then flex it?
This is great, thank you. It's exactly what I'm coming to as well. But yes, if you've got a what Mintzberg calls an umbrella strategy. and I think this is a really helpful reference point, I'll talk it through in a second, then one of the things that you probably want to be thinking about is how are people interpreting that broad set of instructions, and is it in line with what managers want? In those conditions, almost more than any other, what you're looking to do is create a dialogue between leadership and between the doers to make sure that what they are thinking about what you're asking them to do is broadly in line with what you want to see. Thank you. I'm really sorry, I've forgotten your name. Vicky. Sorry, Vicky. Vicky.
Yeah.
Okay. Cat. All right, thank you. Next one. This is it. So Mintzberg, a lot of this thinking originates from Mintzberg, who again you'll remember from his excellent theory on structure of organizations. He's done another good one as well. It's almost greedy. This theory is that all realized strategies sit on this spectrum between stuff that's really clearly planned out and intended and stuff that's completely emergent and chaotic. And one of the things that he says sits on the middle of that spectrum is this idea of the umbrella strategy. So that's where leaders want to set a general guideline or vision. They want to define some boundaries within which people can maneuver, and they need to convince others to pursue that vision through their own decisions, because the nature of doing that is you're expecting people to make decisions that are consistent with your broad wishes without telling them exactly what those decisions are. And that's quite often the nature of the brief in internal communication, I think. So this theory can be really useful for setting out clearly what it is you're being asked to do as the communication professional. Next one, Liz. Yeah, so this, I think Vicky skipped us straight to this, but I was gonna do exactly this. Let's say your leader says, all I want is for everyone to collaborate more. And give me some ideas of what could possibly go wrong.
Well, they could be collaborating on the wrong kind of thing.
Collaborating on the wrong thing, that's a good example. Yeah, everything else. What else could go wrong with please collaborate more? Just want people to collaborate. Work together. Not much time doing stuff. Yes, exactly. That can happen too. Yeah, you get the idea. I won't name the point. But, and this all goes back to those points around how are people going to interpret what it is you're asking them to do? Will that be useful to the organisation? Kind of stuff you need to think about. Okay. Lovely. This I found this morning, so it isn't in your deck. But Liz, are we all right with this, by the way? I didn't really check with you beforehand. Well, I'm saying it anyway on time.
I think it's great.
Great, fantastic. And so all of this is compounded somewhat by the fact that there is peer-reviewed academic evidence that there is a lot of bullshit in organisations. And you now
what a surprise!
I'm sure you needed this. But so it's an interesting paper. It's by Ferreira, and it is it's very amusing, but also really telling. Right? This is about the fact that organisations are full of confusing language that's open to interpretation, and it happens for some reasons. And the reasons that they give are organisations don't always prize truth above all else. So how much does your organisation care about evidence and facts when making decisions? Loads of stuff you read on LinkedIn for internal communicators about if you've got to be taken seriously in the boardroom, you need to bring numbers. I've been in a few boardrooms where numbers aren't considered greatly important. I have to say, opinions count for much more. Not always true, not universally true, but how much is it organisations winging it based on opinions that really determines what gets done? Back to that point about politics. The boss, does your supervisor, oh, sorry, I haven't had time to edit this properly. Does your supervisor use bullshit to push their own agenda? Organisations are full of people looking to progress in those organisations, to build successful careers, to get rewarded more. Many people don't think it's unreasonable to say, will say what they need to in order to pursue those goals, rather than a strong interest in clarity or truth. And sometimes the excessive use of jargon and acronyms is just designed to make everything sound important, whether it's important or not. This is the reason why sometimes your fantastic work, taking all of the jargon and acronyms and lack of clarity out of a piece that somebody's written for you, is not quite received with the gratitude that you might have expected. Because it doesn't sound terribly important, that's all that's removed. Look, it's just a bit of fun, really, but I think the interpretation of your environment and thinking about the change that you need to try and make happen in the environment and clarity of the instructions that you're given from your leaders, this explains a few things. Next one, please. Okay. So I want to get back to that idea of plan or umbrella. And I want to get you thinking about what particular communication challenges arise for you with more planned versus more umbrella organisation initiatives. I'll leave the slide up that explains what those two things are, but I think you will get it. The difference between, I want you to collaborate more by having these two teams work together on these specific projects and deliver me some outcome of that by X date, and just collaborate. What difference do you find? What challenges do you find when you're asked to do those two different types of things? All right, make sense? Great. We'll have, what's the time? Okay, we're 10 minutes on this. All right, we're just about okay for time. I've got one thing I need to wish you through, which is important, but we've got a quarter of an hour for it, so I think we'll be okay. That was really an inner monologue rather than anything you needed here. Let's just get a key piece of feedback from each group on this planned versus umbrella scenario and what we find the main challenges are. Let's start down here, Mike.
We talked about how in an umbrella strategy you can hide a bit, and at least some of those errors will be going the other way.
Yeah.
Either because people don't like the vision and are being deliberately disruptive, or they're just completely clueless and they think they're doing the right thing.
Yeah, you can have both, can't you? People choose their interpretation slightly cynically, or people interpret in good faith but get it wrong. Yeah, okay. Thank you. You've got a lot of nods there, Richard, so yeah, makes a lot of sense. Let's go to the back.
I guess in a similar way, we were talking about kind of how an umbrella strategy is, or at least in my organisation, which is at university, a lot of the kind of faculty deans, they like almost the kind of the fact they can be slightly detached from the details of the strategy, but they can say they've got a strategy, if you know what I mean. Yeah. And then we've talked a little bit about the kind of lag between maybe leadership deciding on the strategy and kind of internal comms being brought in to maybe translate into a planned strategy, and sometimes that's not part of the initial conversation, so it's kind of announced and then you get brought in to like rescue it from a plan standpoint.
Oh yes, that definitely felt quite real to me. I've definitely been in that situation before, but that's a real problem sometimes for the communicator here, isn't it? Because you get the brief and you ask the questions that employees are quite reasonably going to ask, and you're the one who's then blamed for the questions being awkward or not having clear answers. Okay. Let's go to the group online. Anything else that came out of your conversation on this?
I'll put Chris forward.
Not Chris.
Thanks for that. I spoke a little bit about how umbrella sort of strategies or agile organizations actually use it to almost hide behind, to not make decisions or not place bets. So actually it's more that they, strategy, it's too hard, it's too difficult, we'll put that to a later. And then they describe it as, it's agile, it's that. Whereas actually for some, it's frankly, they're just making it up as they go along day to day. And that's then incredibly hard for the internal comms pro, because if you go back to organizational objectives, then translating into communication objectives and having a communication strategy, when it's all over the place and moving, week by week, month by month, you're sort of starting on something and it ends up feeling a bit flavor of the month. So the impact on the IC pro and therefore the employees is just chaos, frankly, and noise. And then I think that's when, you have confusion with employees and overload, and those arrows aren't pointing in that way. There's lots of arrows, but they're sort of up, down, left. One of them's not even an arrow, and etc. So spoke a little bit about that, but the flip side of, I think fewer and fewer organizations are having long-term 5-year plans. That used to be super common, because actually if you set a 5-year plan, even 2 years ago, it would be borderline worthless now, I think, given how much change and stuff happens in the world. So I was sort of saying finding a bit of a middle ground between the two is probably sensible.
Thank you, Chris. That's fantastic, and I think all entirely true. That's exactly they're exactly the major issues with these two approaches. The reason why they play out in organisations in the way they do at the moment, and the reason for a lot of when I showed you Quirk at the beginning, and your response to that was kind of like, well, yeah, but that doesn't happen in the real world. This is why it doesn't happen in the real world. I think at the CIPD, and this is indiscreet, so don't tweet. What do you say instead of tweet now? Don't X me? No, that's not it. Don't share. But I think the CIPD is we're now in our 8th successive year of being in year 1 of our 5-year plan. This is the world we're in. Okay, let's go on to the next one. So I know I didn't come to the table in the middle. I want to move us on. So we got. I went back, didn't I? Now I need. Yes, we need slides. So okay, last model for you to think about in how you interpret and create your internal communication strategy. And this one is by John Smythe. He outlines it in 2 books. One of them's called The Chief Engagement Officer, and the other one's called The Velvet Revolution at Work. They cover pretty similar material. The second one's a bit of a build on the first. So I was comparing him to Quirk in that they say quite a lot of quite similar things. But Bill Quirk's central idea about the organisation is that what it requires is communication, is connection and alignment. And John Smythe, his central idea is that organisations in general require more democracy, that they're fundamentally undemocratic places, a world that increasingly expects democratic decision making, and for that reason they are ill-equipped for a modern world where employee expectations are higher and we're faced with constant change. So that's his central idea. He outlines 4 kinds of communication strategies for making change happen in organizations, for achieving organizational strategy. And they are telling and selling, including and co-creating. You might think explicitly in your strategy assignments about which of these 4 approaches you're largely attempting to implement. And Smythe's argument is that organizations generally do these first 2. So that either involves leaders deciding what everyone's going to do and then telling them to do it, or leaders deciding what everyone's going to do and then attempting to convince them that it was their idea in the first place. And he describes this as telling with additional marketing. And particularly in his first book, he's really mean about us. He says internal communication teams are generally in the business of selling, of taking what the leaders want to instruct and of attempting to position that to the employees in a way that will be palatable to them. Which I don't think is inherently a bad thing, but his argument is that what that does is create organizations in which people can't contribute. And if people can't contribute, then it's hard for those organizations to achieve their full potential. He sees the potential of organizations being in these spaces, inclusion and co-creation.
Sorry, Ollie. Georgie's just flagged that she's cut out a bit. So I'm not quite sure what she's missed yet, or if she's back just yet, but thought I should flag she's put it in the chat.
Thanks, Amy. I appreciate that. It's actually, we can see you all, and we can see if you raise a hand. The chat's hard for us to monitor at the moment, so we'll try to put that out. But all of this is recorded. So, Georgie, if you missed anything, it's there for you to go back.
Will do. Thank you. Thanks, Amy.
Inclusion and co-creation. Difference between those 2 things. Co-creation is about enlisting a larger proportion of the organization in the job of decision making. And inclusion is about giving people ownership of how decisions are implemented. So,
am I right in thinking, sorry, this is a complete aside.
All right, just a chat between you and me.
Yeah, no, well, it also involves Richard.
Right.
Actually, am I right in thinking he developed this model with Zurich?
So, one of our ex-CEOs worked with Smart.
Right. Yeah.
It's his case study in the first book, isn't it?
Yeah. No, it's in the second book as well, because I was just reminding myself.
He's in the acknowledgements at the start.
Yeah.
And he's just ever so slightly before my time, but I started reading this, I chatted to some people that remember it.
They'll remember it, yeah.
What was yours?
Sorry, that was just.
So look, he says these outcomes are different. You either get spectators or you get compliance if you do these things. But if you do these things, you get committed reformers, people who are shaping the organization, or you get willing collaborators, people who are willing to help you make the organization as good as it can be in the implementation. Next one is where we talk a bit about his process. So what he's really trying to do is re-engineer the way organizations make decisions. And that's a 5-stage process, which is cyclical from his perspective. And the first one, and this is probably kind of one that's important here for thinking about if you're faced with a change or with changing circumstance, what do you then do about that as an organization? At this point, he's saying that what you need to do is consider who can add value to the decision about what to do. Who in the organization would have experience or expertise that's worth bringing to that decision. He also suggests you should think at this point around who is going to potentially be a blocker if they're not enlisted and involved at the earliest stage. So if you don't involve a group of employees in the decision making up front, where are you going to hit a roadblock further down your change journey where those people say, well, that's a terrible idea, it's not going to work, because they weren't involved in either making the decision as good as it could be, or they don't feel like they've been appropriately consulted or enlisted into that decision-making process. This second bit I think is really interesting, and again, this is a lot about the potential for decision-making in organisations to be overly vague, and he recognises that he wants this process to be a solution to that. He talks about when nations are negotiating peace treaties, they don't get to the sort of general spirit of agreement and stop there. Once they've achieved that, they work into the detail of what needs to happen next and get both parties to sign up to that. So he sees part of the job of the communicator here as being helping people to work out that absolute clarity on what's being decided to the point that it will be understood and can be interpreted properly by the organisation in a way that's in line with the wishes of the decision-making group. So you get as many people as can add value into the decision-making group. And in his book, he outlines lots of ways of potentially facilitating that, including through really large set-piece events. You create a really clear story out of that decision-making process about what's been decided and what it means. Then you think, and this is the inclusion bit, about who needs to be communicated with and engaged in execution. So who needs to make decisions that need to be informed by that decision, but there's some discretion involved. There's different things they could potentially do in order to make what's intended by the decision-making group happen. So this is inclusion. This is the how. So when you think about things like that, you've ever been in organizations that have things like Lean or Six Sigma, where you get quite a lot of operational people and you kind of work on their whole process. How do they handle them? I worked in the Civil Aviation Authority for a while and they were applying some of this. How do we handle a license application? And they look at all the steps, and the people who are involved in handling the license applications go, well, it doesn't really work when the paperwork goes there. It probably ought to be these people who look at it next, the whole process gets sort of re-engineered around that. So the how do we make this happen? That's about involving the people who are relevant to that process there. And then he talks about how to communicate, method and style. The main takeout here is that what he really advocates for is the value of informal communication. So a lot of the stuff that we would typically as internal communicators spend our time on, you know, well-produced videos, nice looking bits of design, all of that would fall in the sell category for him. What he wants is rich conversations happening in the organization that help people to mutually interpret what needs to be done in order for the organization to succeed and for the decision to be enacted. And then at all stages of this, but particularly when you get to the end, making sure you're really listening to people about what's working, what's not, what we've learned from it, so that that can be applied to future decisions made in the organization. Sounds very utopian, doesn't it? And a bit like Quirk, I guess. It's very easy to look at this and think, well, life's not that straightforward and linear, and life's not that democratic and open in organizations as a rule. But you can think about which elements of this you need to bring into your communication planning process. You can think about what elements of inclusion or even co-creation you might be able to bring to the particular business challenge that's in front of you. Again, remember that you are creating a new response to the issue. And if you think that Smythe's right, and the best thing for the organization to do would be to adopt some of these more progressive ways of thinking about communication, then you can build that into your strategy. You will need to think realistically about what the organizational response to that might be. And to my point about sense making, what people's frames will be for inclusion, co-creation, involvement. Because in a lot of organizations that typically do less of that stuff, it tends to be treated with a degree of skepticism. That's the time. And Liz, do you want to add anything to that?
I think the only thing I'd add to it is it struck me, particularly as you were talking about the how to communicate bit, just how much that resonates with bike and sense making when you're talking about having those really genuinely rich conversations with people, and the emphasis that Smythe has on all of that. But then, as you know, I'm a Smythe fan.
You'd re-engineer all of the organisations that way if you could, Liz.
I really would, and they'd work a lot better as a result as well. You get the combined knowledge of the organisation actually applied to the problems.
I suppose my steer on this in general would be that what we're looking for in your work here is the best version of what's realistically achievable.
Yeah.
So think about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do listen to Ollie. I'm the idealist. He's the pragmatist.
All right. One last thing. And this is in the IoIC guide to strategy. You'll, as we've explored in this last bit of the session, you will be exposed to situations in which you've got varying degrees of intention or emergence going on in the business issue. So the business will either be very clear about what it's doing and what it wants people to do, or not so clear about it and expecting a degree of interpretation. And your organisation may have a high scope for involving people or a low scope for involving people, depending on its history, its operational setup. All sorts of things may determine whether or not you're in a position where a lot of involvement is realistically possible for you or even desirable for you. So when you are thinking about those two things, you can refer to this, might find it helpful, and it kind of sorts out the types of objectives you might need to set for strategies of different nature. So if you have an intended strategy where you're in an organization where there's quite a lot of potential scope for involving people, then you might want to promote effective employee involvement in local decision making about how the change is then enacted in their particular bit of the organisation. Similarly, if there's a low scope for involvement, your objectives are really going to be about promoting the exact set of behaviours, a bit like our call centre at the beginning that the leaders want to see. I won't talk through the whole thing. You get the idea, but this may help you when you get to the objectives bit of your strategy. And that will do for this morning, I think. So we'll take a lunch break. What if we want to have a lunch break? What time will we come back from that lunch break?
1:15.
1:15? 1:15. So we'll come back from lunch at 1:15. Lunch is down on the ground floor. And after lunch, we're going to focus on change, which is a real build on all of this, because all of this has really been about how do we communicate change in organisations. We'll build on that by looking at some of the specific theories about change, how it happens, and the role of communication. Is that cool with everyone? We all right? Have a good morning?
Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Question. This room, is it open, closed, locked during lunch?
I don't think I have a key. I didn't get given the key. Did you get given the key?
They didn't give me a key.
No.
Shall I go downstairs and see if we can get a
You
key?
do that. So you can leave the stuff. We'll sort out a way of keeping it safe. Okay.
And we'll need keys. So
Yeah. Thanks everyone online. Back at 1:15.
Thanks, Holly.
All right.
Yeah, very nice.
Good lunch. Good lunch. Most of this afternoon is going to be Reggie. So make sure you've got this. Well, are you back?
I'm back because I've got some consultation to do.
Okay. Do the consultation then.
Right. So at 5 o'clock this evening, we have a consultative session, which hopefully people can stay for, and then obviously the dinner after that, which I will consult about in a second. The bit I want to consult about is we always buy some drinks just to help the consultation itself flow a bit better. So can people put hands up, please? Who wants white wine? That one bottle or two bottles?
That's two, is that?
Two bottles. Who wants red wine?
That's
Right,
two.
so you're going to be under the table.
It's definitely
And
other orders.
what else do people want? Shall I get some orange juice and stuff, or what else? So people, there's that 2 bottles of white, 1 bottle of red, and some orange juice. Will that do us? I mean, no one's asked for anything awkward.
There are any
this year.
special orders this time?
Yeah.
We have what? Who is it? Debo give us a different order every single time.
And it was they were always really specialist drinks. You know, towards the end, it was like
I'm looking for an
elaborate
IPA, but not too hoppy. That's all.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So I now have my agenda, and I'm going to disappear off.
Right, and I'll do my bit, and then hand over to Angie. So,
and then you'll be left on your own.
So after the consultation session, we're going to have a dinner for anyone who'd like to go for dinner. Firstly, can I ask who's planning on doing that? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right. I think that was 8. I think that was 8. Plus, are you coming?
I'm coming on for a quick little drink, but I won't be able to stay for dinner.
So 10 of us. Right. We're in the beating heart of London, and there are many choices of places to eat. We are going to apply the SMIVE model to this. The first thing to think about is who could add value to this decision-making process. And the answer, obviously, is all of you. And therefore, what we're going to do is we're going to be very progressive, and we are going to outsource the job of picking somewhere to eat to you as a group. So, some point over the course of this afternoon, let us know where you would like to go, and we will book a table there. It's a place where we can book a table. All right, we can do that.
Yeah.
It's just going to a restaurant. We do it all the time. It'll be fine. But if you do run into any impasse in this process, then let us know, and we'll attempt to intervene helpfully. But history has proved that restaurants we pick are not always to everyone's satisfaction. So there you go. Reggie, organisational change. That's what we're going to do now.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Okay. Are you recording, Ollie? She's just said she's been pulled into something.
I am recording. Thank you, Vicky.
And because I don't want to keep looking at my watch or anything, will you just give me a time check when it's 2:15?
2:15.
Yeah, and
yes.
then I'll ask you for further time checks, but for now.
That's all right.
Yeah.
I'm happy to provide that as a service.
Right, so Unit 2, Day 1,
after lunch slot.
Good luck.
Lucky for you, though, it is a terrific topic that we're going to be talking about, all change-related things. This section falls into 3 main chunks. I'll talk about individuals' reactions to change, so how people are impacted, the emotions, the psychology of change. Then I'll talk about organisational models and approach, so organisationally, approaches to managing different types of change. Then we'll have a break, a 15-minute break. And then we'll come on to the most important bit of all this is what does that mean for communicating change in organisations, where we pull that sort of stuff together. And of course, there will be chances for you to reflect on what we've covered and to think about, what sorts of approaches might be relevant for the type of communication strategy that you want to write about as part of this assignment. Is that okay? Great. So I will actually, could we go to the agenda slide next, please, and then we'll stop. So that's basically our journey, those topics. I'll ease you into it by talking about some general models. And as Ollie said earlier, models can be simplified, so you might lose some of the nuances of that, but actually they offer a really useful way to start to have discussions with people, right? So I'll ease you into it with some general models, and then we'll get into what research papers say and give you lots and lots of references that you can use for your assignment. Let's go to the activity. Thank you. So in breakout rooms and in your separate tables, 10 minutes, if you could talk about, consider change in your organisation and in your experience, from your lens, right? What is it that contributes to change going well and what has not helped change go well? So let's just pick some of those types of things as well, right? So 10 minutes, discuss that in your groups, and then I'll be asking you to share key points from your discussion. Thank you.
Okay.
So let's go to our online group and hear key points that came out from your discussion, please.
I don't mind giving my example if that's helpful, gang.
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead, Amy.
Okay. So I had an example that in our company, we had a new chief executive come in and decided our vision would change. Our vision before was about safety and performance, and it got changed to pretty much just performance. And in a public sector organisation, this went down very poorly. So things that went well was that we had a big campaign to highlight passengers, which was the big focus. We had real stories from real passengers, which went down well. Alongside the new vision of putting passengers first. But what went down very badly and didn't help contribute to the change was alongside this, they used putting passengers first as the name of an efficiency program where they cut heads. So the result of this was that the overall campaign was tainted, and there was huge feedback that safety, which is very important to the organisation, had sort of been dropped, really. There was even a quote that safety got in the way of performance. People could use it as an excuse. And within 2 years, the vision was dropped for something else. The whole campaign was sort of shelved. So in terms of moving people towards that mindset, it sort of backfired without taking into account any feedback from employees, really, in the building of that. And Tracy has put a really good point in the chat. Yes, so we also had some comments about too many cooks in the kitchen was the challenge in an organisation as well in terms of change. and the negative perception of having many voices trying to direct that change as well. And Tracy, you had a really good point as well.
Okay, do you want another one, Ranjit, or are we done?
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay. So the main point was that where the end audience are involved in the change program in terms of the design, how it's going to work, and for example on steering boards and things like that, that can be really helpful, because when you've got some of those people, you get their perspectives that can help you with the design of programs going forward. And in our case, for example, over a period of years in an engineering environment of around 3,500, each year we would run a face-to-face event for 2 days in which we brought in 150 to 200 engineers, and particularly targeting a number of the negative, quite negative ones. We'd bring them to do like solutioning, talking about the business problems, and then coming up with basically an improvement plan that then as a business we would then deliver over the following 12 months. And because the engineers were involved in the design and their mates were involved with the design, even if they weren't there, kind of word spread really well, and that circle of influence spread. And we managed to sort of turn around a lot of the negativity into positives. So bringing on board those people really, really helped.
Right, thank you. That's the opposite to the new CEO coming in, creating a vision without really engaging and consulting people. Thank you. Great bunch of examples there. Let's move over to this table. So key points from this middle table.
We talked about a couple of things. We talked about having plenty of time, although things like COVID, we didn't have that time, and actually sometimes that rollout can be received really well if the change that you're trying to do. So Sam talked about the rollout of Teams. It was very immediate. We need to do this, but actually it was received really well because of the circumstances, and it was a positive change for people.
Yeah.
And we also talked about, as part of the timeline and having notice, actually having a seat at the table to help influence the decisions, so that you can actually kind of advocate for employees and talk about how it's going to land, to make sure that it's communicated.
Thank you. So having the time, having a seat at the table to have input early on as well. Okay, let's move around this way. How about this table?
We talked about how leaders can completely mess up their own change programs by not fully thinking about how to articulate the change. But there was a bit about this morning, about it being so clear in their head that they don't feel they need to explain it because it's just so clear.
Yes, in their heads.
Yeah.
Yeah, they might not be role modelling it, but it's clear in their head.
Yeah, and then not preparing for briefings and just not realising that they have to bring people.
Yeah. Okay, so okay, thank you. And moving over to that table over there.
Well, I joined Kia, a construction company, 3 years ago to be a dedicated communication resource for a change program, which really helps because I was new to the organisation. I didn't have all the politics and all of that shenanigans that goes along with the change program. The tricky bit for me was that the program was based within HR, so I didn't have that group communication relationship, so that took a little while to develop.
Right.
But yeah, just I think being able to have that solid focus and not being pulled into the can you just communicate this tech change, all of that day in, day out stuff that we get involved with. Was super helpful.
And were you involved right from the early stages of that?
Pretty much, yeah. The project team managed to get the program activities together, and then I was called in to help with that change through the organisation.
Tracy's hands up.
Yes. Sorry, just is there any way to get the volume a bit increased in the room? When you're moving back, it's really quiet.
Okay, yeah. So
Projection is the means. Sorry, so
Thank
thank you, Tracy.
Yeah. So to summarise very quickly on that last point, Vicky was actually lucky enough to be allocated to a change initiative early on as well. She's fairly new to the organisation, so didn't have that sort of baggage around the politics and history and what had gone on before. But having said that, there was also sorry, what was the bit about the HR bit that you weren't really
Yeah,
part of
so
the group?
I was based in HR rather than within group communication. So I had to build that relationship with group comms really quickly in order I can get my story through the channels. So I've been sort of both sides of the fence.
So you sort of turned native to the change communication rather than be part of the group for the comms, and obviously being new, took time to build up those relationships. So keep these examples in mind about what helps and what hinders as we talk through the models and theories. Okay, we could go next, please, Ollie. Thank you. So, next one. Yeah. Giving you a theory here because theories are useful on this course. Had to go quite a long way back to find one. Process of continually renewing the organisation's direction, structure, capabilities to serve the needs of external and internal customers. There are a lot of different definitions out there. The Change Management Institute, in their body of knowledge that was involved in developing back in about 2014, they've got definition as well. But basically, this is sort of research paper based. Next. Okay, in terms of general models, how many of you are familiar with the change curve? The grief curve, as it's often called, work from Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. Her paper on death and dying, because she worked with patients, relatives of patients who were going through, this really quite traumatic time. Since then, they've applied this idea in organisational work settings as well. And the general pattern, even though it's simplified, does follow, even though, there's opportunities to critique the original research that Kubler-Ross did around this. But basically, there could be an element of, no, denial, this couldn't possibly be happening. Perhaps there's anger, at leadership, that how could they decide this and how could this happen? There might be an element of bargaining, they try and bargain their way out of this change. It's like, oh yeah, that's for everyone else, but we're special in this department, right? So it doesn't apply to us. And linking back to Ollie's point, I think it was almost like the last one, one of the slides, with about being really clear on boundaries, right? Being clear on what is negotiable and what's not negotiable, could be helpful there. And then there's the sort of down dip. So when people realise that there's no going back, this change is absolutely going to happen. We can't bargain our way out of it. And it's really only when they're starting to come out the other side, perhaps there's quiet acceptance, but then the outwardly sort of problem solving around what does this mean for us. Okay? And of course, what you get though is that leaders who have had a chance to go through this and process it, they're in problem solving mode. Project and program management teams, my background, by the way, is more in the change management, project and program management space. I'm not a professional comms person, but obviously in project program change, a big aspect of it is communication. But certainly project and program delivery teams, they're already at the, hey, come on people, this is the kickoff of the project. And yet they're talking to people who might only just be hearing about this. So there's a mismatch often. And that's what this slide says. People get stuck in one phase maybe. But really, this sort of journey applies even for positive change. Right? Even if it's stuff that you choose to do, like move house or change jobs, we can have these up and down days. Okay, next please. Here's another model from William Bridges. He wrote about transitions, and he really makes a point about transition being this psychological process for change to happen. And so it really does map very well to the change curve. And there's a quote here that he uses in his book, which really sort of highlights what Bridges is talking about, that we have to go through endings and be prepared to let go of something before we can be ready to embrace something new. So it's quite a nice quote there about everything. There can be an element of melancholy because it's like leaving a part of us behind, or what we know behind. Next, please. And if you do 3 next for the 2, 3. So these are the phases of his model that he talks about. And he talks, especially where there's inevitable change, right? Where there is a very clear, we're moving from one building to another building, or we're restructuring, or we're letting people go. So there is a very clear thing that people have to leave behind. And very often the announcement is made, right? We're restructuring, going through this transformation. And then they get straight into figuring out what needs to happen. Sort of hide away for about a year, working up plans and things. And then there's this sort of neutral zone, right? Where we know things are changing, but we have no idea. Like pretty much normal life now, I think, isn't it? And sometimes people refer to it as like peak uncertainty, right, at that point. And once we work stuff out through the neutral zone, get to the point where we then can have a detailed plan, because we know, who we're letting go of or how we're going to transition. We can clarify the vision more. So, but he talks about the 4 Ps: a picture, a purpose, a part to play, a plan, and a part to play, which is described quite nicely there. So next, please. And here you've got a few more indicators that he talks about what to do in these phases, which align really well with a lot of the other theories that we're going to talk about. But here again, you see the why, explaining the why, sense of urgency, getting people to sit up and take notice of that we can't carry on the way we have been. And there's a couple of things here that I think are particular to this model, which are helpful, like respecting the past, right? Very often you see will come in, yay, everything's going to be different, or everything in the past bad, everything new, shiny, bright, wonderful. And yet from a comms perspective, we've got this challenge, right, where we've got to make it urgent enough that yes, we need to change, but at the same time respecting the past and acknowledging what people have done, right? They put in the blood, sweat and tears to get us to this point. So there's that sort of tension between going, hey, this is really urgent, everything's broken, to still respect the past. And of course, lots of communication as well. And one more as well there, I think, yeah. So, and then some tips for the neutral zone, peak uncertainty, but here we need additional communication, right? There's lots of, we don't want an information vacuum, just because things are still being worked out. Think about what you can communicate. Yeah, what are the plans? And also, we really want to be doing more of checking the temperature, right? We need additional listening mechanisms to seek feedback, so that we can feed back up to the change team, all of that good stuff. And here's the new beginning bit as well, with picture, purpose, plan, part to play, etc. And lots of celebrating successes, because, and there are other papers that show this as well, that actually people aren't necessarily convinced just because the general communication says this will be wonderful. They need to see evidence, right? So if you've got pilot that you're running, early prototypes, successes from those are really what then convinces people to go, oh, I better take that sit up and take notice, right? So hence the celebrating the early successes and really communicating those early wins. Okay, so yeah, so those are useful frameworks. I think we move into it, right? But then let's have a look at some of these papers as well. So this is quite a useful paper because it's talking about doing a critique on a lot of the theories, and it's saying that actually when it comes to talking about change, a lot of what's written is simplified in that, you know, it's like bad negative emotions around change. And yet actually people can feel negatively towards the change, some aspect of it, but at the same time feel quite excited and optimistic that this could bring new possibilities, right? So, and that actually it's not just a sort of snapshot in time, there's a whole range of emotions that we can go through on that journey, which is the next point. So it's not fixed points, it evolves over time. So really we want to keep checking in, we want to keep checking the temperature. And that the other point is that a lot of these studies were based on, say, one change going on or a change in isolation. And yet actually what's the historical baggage that we carry, right, because of how the previous change was managed maybe, that, you know, that can affect how our emotional experience in current change, right? So there's some quite good points that it draws out there.
So can I actually just go back to that other slide? So this bit, sorry, whose are these points? This isn't the research of Klarna, this is like you giving us a critique.
Oh no, sorry, the critique is by them, the Klarna and by and...
So that's their critique of existing
Yes.
research around the motion assured change.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in their paper. Yeah, oh, I wouldn't dare. I don't know. I'm not sure what the angle was for them. Yeah, no, for the purposes of this session anyway. Yeah, it's yeah, no, it's that paper there. And then yeah, so it's their critique of the existing research that it's from them. Yeah, good point though. Good clarification for it. Yeah. And so they've looked at a whole bunch of papers and things, and you know, they're saying that actually that it's either talked about in terms of at the behavioural level that people will behave in a way where they're resisting change, or there's the sort of emotional psychology side of angle of it. And one of the theories that they mentioned is appraisal theory, which I thought was useful pulling up some of the points. Again, this is from their paper, which is, so people will make a primary appraisal, right? So that initial communication that you do, that sort of sets the lens and the frame, they are going to do their primary appraisal. What does that mean to me? And try and make sense of it. Does it fit in with my goals? That sort of thing. And then every time that there's new information, every time that you send out a communication, so whether it's, oh, this is a delay or we've got some new information, then they're doing more appraisals. So secondary appraisals happen every time that they get new information. And the thing is, that new information could be the formal comms that you want to get across, or it could be because they're hearing inconsistent things cascading down, right? So their appraisals are going on all the time, which can obviously then impact their emotions through the change journey. So I thought it was quite interesting that they draw that out. And then it tells you the different types of things that influence their response.
I was going to ask, when I'm thinking back to the Kopler-Ross change curve.
Yes.
Is there a period of time that then needs to be considered in respect of change or any change initiative before you can think about whether it's actually having the right effect? Or
Well, before your interventions are having the right effect. What the theories say, and you've probably seen it based on your experience, is that it varies, right? Everybody is different. For some people, they could take the news, go for a walk, have a coffee, process it, boom, go in problem solving, right? For other people, it may take months. So everybody in your team, their responses will be different. And so managers, line managers, are sort of watching for where their people are, but also the little thing can happen, like here, secondary appraisal, and that can knock them back. Right? So there's no research that says, oh, this is a setback time, because everybody's different. But really, with your comms and your interventions, what you're trying to do is flatten that curve, right? And help people get through that. But not necessarily like one comms and it's right?
Same with the message continuously has to be repeated, the same message.
Yes.
Because some take a lot longer to accept that it's actually happening.
Yes.
Even though for a lot of other people it's clear,
totally.
Nothing's changed, nothing is going to change, that's been communicated, but still people take a long time, some people take a long time.
Yeah. Exactly. So there's all this sort of praising going on, and then there are, other models like Cotter originally wrote. We'll come on to Cotter's model, John Cotter's, but originally wrote in his Leading Change book. Think about how much you need to communicate, and then multiply that by 10, and you might be close to it. Right? I'm not sure how much that holds, but that's certainly what he wrote about. What are some other factors? You can see that I thought it was useful, the factors that they're drawing out in this paper about how much congruence do they believe there is between their own individual goals and the organisation's goals, right? And how much confidence do they have in the leaders and what's being proposed from the comms that they've heard from the leaders' behaviours. Obviously, how much time what they believe they have to invest in, what's it going to take from them, and the faith, again, that goes back to sort of trust and faith in the organisation, strategies, and also connections, emotional connections with supervisors, etc. So there's actually quite a lot of useful things in there that could potentially impact the way that people appraise that change. Okay, so you can put the next one up as well, right? The resistance to change, it's often written about, and that it's the person's tendency to resist or avoid making the change. So there's different papers to give you references for that as well. Now let's look at some of the factors that contribute to resistance to change. Right. Shine, this is from Shine, if you might remember from the last module. Now, Shine talks about learning anxiety and survival anxiety, right? Survival anxiety acts as drivers to motivate people to make change happen. And learning anxiety acts as resisting forces, like get in the way, right? It's like, I really want to make this change, but I'm not sure I can learn that. What examples have you seen that contribute to learning anxiety in your organisations?
Psychological safety is one of them, right? Or lack of psychological safety.
Psychological safety, yeah, absolutely, yeah. They're fearful.
People might, we had this course where we were talking about kind of like feeling safe to be yourself, feeling safe to act, feeling safe to learn, and that sort of stuff. So feeling safe to learn is one of those things, because part of learning is making mistakes.
Yes.
People feel like it's a very performance-driven culture, for instance, that there's no room for error.
Yeah.
They will feel like if I fail, I'm out of here, basically.
Yeah. And we talked about emergence and uncertainty, lots of unknowns, right? There aren't any perfect answers. It has to be trial and error, right? And experimenting. So yeah, that psychological safety element, really important there. And obviously messaging around the why we need to do the change is what helps with increasing survival anxiety. Right, so we keep hearing about that. But what Shai's model basically says, that work at obviously being really clear to build some survival anxiety, but then really help lower the learning anxiety if we're going to move forward to get change. Okay. So that's a familiar source for you with Shai. And then, so I'm just going to put these up on this slide. So again, where does resistance come from? Some of the areas. So there, a major sort of thing is this idea of conservation of resources is what we want, right? Well, there's a threat to losing resources. And those resources could be things, right? So, for example, asking people to move away from their fixed desks to hot desking. Right? You're smiling away, that's cat, isn't it? Yeah, you're smiling away there. Have you got an example of that?
Yeah, our office is currently a hot desking, but everyone still sits exactly where they sat prior to it, and people just won't move. That's theirs, and all the signs have gone, and it's not their desk anymore. But people still, very precious about it.
So, did you hear that, Tracy?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So this idea of having a thing and suddenly it's going to go away automatically can lead to resistance. So there's objects, right? Things. But the interesting thing about this is there could be also around the situational stuff, like social support, like our connections, and if our teams are restructuring, they're going to sit somewhere else, etc. That could lead to that idea of, feeling that sense of loss. And the personal status stuff. So actually, if I was an expert in, COBOL programming, from the 90s, and actually now it's all digital apps and everything, then suddenly I lose that sense of status that comes with being the expert. So all of these things can come into play with the idea of losing something. And this will link really nicely to the topics that Hillary's going to be talking about, the neuroscience of change. So this is connected to a lot of that. And also this idea of sense of fairness. So, as in, if people's perception is that they are not being treated fairly, then obviously that can create loss of psychological safety, trust, etc. So, what are your what are your thoughts on how best to manage this bit in terms of, from a comms perspective, how can you help create, enough information about fairness?
We had a situation where roles were going to change, so one department was being absorbed into another. So there's a legal aspect from an HR point of view, for example, where they can give advice on what's going to happen with regards to the redeployment process. So providing that understanding to the change from a role perspective helps people to feel a little bit more assured that things are on a fair and open platform and everybody's being treated the same. So communicating that.
Okay, yeah, so communicating the rules, the legal aspects, creating transparency around that. Yeah, okay.
I think Richard had a good example of change communication in your organization from some time past, right? If I understand correctly, which was, communication that was actually very straightforward, very honest, very open, where you're avoiding kind of, when we talked about the previous session about the corporate bullshit, that sort of thing. You're just, telling it like it is. I mean, obviously you can or assuming an appropriate tone, but not making anything more fancy out of something that's very basic.
Yeah. How does that like also then tie in, just out of interest, for other things to do with like leadership styles and like doing what they should be doing or behaving in appropriate ways? So I'm just thinking of like, absolutely people should be communicated with and treated fairly. We know they should be, but I have a lot of instances where that's not always the case, but it seems to be more emphasizing that leadership style, so you can tell them what they should be doing.
Yes, yeah, but they
don't care.
No, yeah,
like they don't. Like some people just don't care.
No, and that's where I think that really, you know, the thing is, you cannot do all of it. You are not responsible for leadership training or management training, how line managers behave with their people. You are not responsible for the way the portfolio is prioritised and the programmes and projects are set up, you know, with the timelines that they deliver to you, etc. So yeah, there is recognising, look, what is within your gift, you know, or what can you highlight at least to say, what you can do is highlight risks to the change team or the programme team of these things, even when it isn't in your control.
Ranju, may I just add something?
Yes, please.
This is kind of why we structure the masters in the way we do. Your first module is about understanding the organisation as well as you can. Second module is about how do you select the communication interventions that make the most difference. Third module largely focuses on how do we get leaders to a position where they trust us, will take our advice, regard us as influential, so that we can take our ability to choose the right communication interventions and get them to act on it. So that is a very legitimate question. We spend the whole 2 days talking about it.
Okay, good. Good. Yeah, because it's just like change-related fairness. It's like, well, we know what we perceive as fairness, but like, what really can we be doing?
Yes, yeah. And so there is like as much transparency as possible about the criteria that is being used to make the decisions, evidence behind, you know, the why we're doing it and those decisions as well, to help with the unconscious biases that we'll talk about in the next module, and recognising what is outside of your control. However, who can you highlight those risks to influence them, etc. And I think the other thing that's worth noting with this, when we talk about fairness, is simple models like don't always make the distinction between procedural fairness and interactional fairness, right? So even the level of interaction that some groups, let's say they're hard to reach stakeholders, right? They're difficult to reach people that may not be at their computers on a daily basis, that may not have access actually to electronic devices or be on shifts and that sort of thing. So actually, as part of your comms planning is thinking about how can you really ensure some of that interactional fairness as well. But again, recognising that some of that is to do with the way line managers are communicating with their people.
Can I ask you a question, which may be to you, Lars? We've had some change programs in the past where we've announced record profits, and then 6 months down the line, we're saying we need to cut costs by 10%.
Yes.
So how would you explain that change in a way that provides a positive outcome?
So, in case people didn't hear it, so company announcing profits, maybe huge profits, but profits, and then 6 months later say, hey, we need to make cutbacks. Anybody else experience that?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
So was that not to me?
So we'll go to Stephanie, right? So yeah, we'll go to Stephanie first.
I know we've had a very similar thing where business has been going really well, but yeah, we're looking to make costs as well.
Yeah.
Intrigued with your answer to this one.
Yeah. It is actually quite common. I'm working with a media company. They've got exactly that. One division is a profit-making division, making huge, well, sort of mostly huge amounts of money. And yet, because of challenges, should we say, in the world that the other parts are desperately like really short of money. And yeah, isn't it really hard to get people to understand that actually it's about that bigger purpose, the bigger picture is chunking up, as opposed to, in this instance anyway, it was more about units. What about your example, Ollie? You said, yep, you've seen that as well.
Oh yeah, I've just seen this in a couple of organisations, but I think, so I don't have a recipe for solving it, but the circumstances, the reality of it often is that the organisation's balancing the need of different stakeholders. So you have shareholders that you're serving, or publics that you're serving, government ownership involved in one case. I think sometimes in those situations, the best thing that the leader can do is describe the different pressures that are on the organisation and the need to balance them. In some of those trade-offs, employees will win, and some they won't. And that, in reality, is often the basis for the relationship between an organisation and its employees. If you create this illusion that serving the employees wholly the whole time is the thing that the organisation exists for, it's going to lead to unrealistic expectations. We talk a lot about this tomorrow, actually. It's a really hard one to get right, but I think that you almost need to achieve a more adult-to-adult relationship than often exists between leaders and employees for that to be resolvable.
And it is, you know, departments don't work in silos, right? You know, and things can change very quickly. Yeah, so evidence, data, as much information as possible, the reasons behind those decisions. Okay, so perceived control. Again, you'll hear about this from the neuroscience talk that Hillary's going to give. But this sense of control, sense of autonomy is hugely important. I've written about a lot. Next bit, please. And it's often people's perceptions of control, but basically if they feel they've got more autonomy, control, a say in the thing, they're going to be more engaged with it in a positive way. We heard about that from what Ollie was talking about earlier. Okay, so now this paper, actually Defonso and Bourdieu write a lot about uncertainty in change. They've written lots and lots of papers on this. But again, that obviously as soon as there's a change, there's uncertainty, right? Because our brains are like prediction-making machines. They want predictability, familiar, comfort around that. And uncertainty absolutely creates that sort of threat around it. Please. And again, as soon as uncertainty comes along, there's uncertainty at different levels. So strategic uncertainty, as in organisationally, but also what does it mean to me? Because actually, could this mean that I won't have a job? Or, you know, what does it mean for me personally? So so really from a comms perspective, there's the general higher level comms, organisationally, this is what we're doing and why. But then the segmenting comes in, the stakeholder segmenting, so that you can make it more specific and localized for the teams. So this paper, what they wanted to do is say, is it that it's uncertainty itself that's stressful, or is there something else that uncertainty creates that then creates the stress? And that was their starting point. And so you go, uncertainty is stressful, and actually is it the uncertainty that causes that? So for this, they took their data collected data from staff in the psychiatric hospital unit that was going through major restructuring, and they were moving buildings as well, you know, job redesign and everything. And they had 660 staff that the survey went to, with 222 responses. So, and from that, basically, they said that actually, spoiler alert, is that it's the uncertainty that causes this sense of lack of control. and that is what actually causes more of the problems. Next. Now, this is drawing out quite a lot of detail from the paper. But the reason that I thought it was interesting, so even though this paper was from 2004, that actually if you look at the questions they asked in the survey, right, the types of challenges, right, will they have to relocate? Will I be able to have influence over my job? Will whether the culture of the organisation will change, right? Whether they'll get to work with people that they become friends with. But each one of those could apply to changes now, for sure, that are going on in your organisation, right? So I think it is very relatable. Next. So what they said is communication not only reduces the uncertainty, but it also really increases that sense of control, if it's done well anyway. So this could be due to, and that's what they're saying here, is that it's the extra knowledge from the communication that helps us feel a bit more prepared, but also that really a well-managed communication program is likely to include more participation as well, more opportunities for feedback and dialogue, which obviously gives people that sense of control. So that I know it might feel like, oh, there's lots and lots of stuff that we're covering, but I hope you can also see that actually it's very similar themes that are coming through. So think about those similar themes for the assignment.
Can I ask, is there any sense from these kind of studies, for instance, that this is also somehow culture related? Because there are some cultures like my own, I think, where I feel people oftentimes tend to see themselves as victims.
Right.
So in a change situation, they'll see themselves as victims of change. But there are cultures which are very kind of like just driven, who see change as the potential to really actually move on with life and to achieve something. So I think the approach to communication will change, or will matter quite significantly, will be different from one to the other.
Yes. Yeah. I'm trying to refer back to a paper. I'm wondering if I've got a paper here. When we talk about the organisational change stuff, sorry, there is an element. It's basically saying, think about the situation you're in and the environment that you're in, then decide your approach, right? So whether it's a very directive, people tell me what to do and I'll do it, or hey, let's run with it. So you know, it's determining the environment first, and then we can decide our approach. Which I know isn't a direct answer to your question, but
it's close, yes, to it, I think.
Yeah, but there isn't in these papers that I'm mentioning. It doesn't really refer to the culture.
Hofstadter stuff on national culture could be relevant if you're introducing a change that's across different geographies. Then the response to the same communication approach could be quite different, depending on high context, low context, things like that. Yeah. So I'm not too sure. I know of much work where kind of victimhood is a cultural trait, but there are definitely situations in this work where cultural characteristics will be relevant to the communication approach you choose.
And would that like put into our assignment under the segmentation piece? Like we'd have to give consideration obviously to our cultures, like to assignment one, subcultures, and how that would potentially drive our strategy. Yeah.
When you're analysing your current state, cultural characteristics are absolutely relevant.
And not even across different countries, just departments. So you're segmenting culture in HR department may be very different to operations department, right? Okay.
We talked about that a bit in sort of activity groups within organisations.
Sorry, say that again?
Is it handy? It talks about the different activity groups.
Yes.
So, like, for example, the media team would be used to dealing with crisis type of communication, so they'll have a different requirement to HR.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So again, it's analysing the situation and environment, and then deciding on your approach. I think. Yep. So then this sort of links to sense making, but these people in this paper are talking about how useful it is to allow people the time and space and support them in making meaning, right? To get them to adapt their behaviour. That actually it's the meaning they make of that change that then influences their behaviour. So, and we know this from sense making, really. So this is just giving you an additional reference.
215. It's 250.
Perfect, thank you. And next, yeah. So, and what was, I suppose, this sort of ties into that idea of the journey. And what this paper says is that giving information early. I think that was one of the examples you used earlier on about you had the luxury of being able to get information early, communicate it early. So pre-change information helps with adaptive behaviour because, again, people feel more prepared, they feel more in control. And the other, I thought, interesting aspect that came out of this paper was saying, as well as that early information, is actually being able to give them more information all the way through the transition period is then what helps sustain and embed that change. Whereas if we don't do enough of that during the actual transition period, then we may not get as much change sticking, right?
What would be some of the examples of pre-change information? Like what type of things would we do with communicating?
We talked about it a little bit in our group. So we quite often will have like a Ofsted decision or a government decision about something that's going to implement, and we won't get any notice of what that decision is going to be. So what we've started to do now is say, we know that next month the decision will be announced. We don't know when it is, and we don't know what the decision is, but this is, so basically you will know we will get a decision. You won't have a toolkit. You will have to just acknowledge that that decision's happened and that you're waiting for more information. But we found that actually line managers are really positive around that, because at least they're like, okay, we know we're not going to know what it is, but we know something's coming, and the whole organisation knows that we're not going to be able to answer all your questions on day one, because we need to kind of take in what that information is. Yeah, so just that heads up of something's coming. We don't know what it is, but good luck.
Yeah, you think that's made a difference to the way
yeah,
people
definitely.
engage,
Yeah,
right?
because previously we would just get a lot of feedback of, why didn't you tell us this was happening? So
Yeah.
because we didn't know, but we haven't told them we don't know.
Yes, yeah. So I think that's a great example, just in case you didn't hear it, is a great example of where, like, regulatory body is going to make a decision, dictate that to other organisations. And obviously that's the sort of thing where there's peak uncertainty, right? We have no idea what decision they'll make or exactly what that will constitute of. So lack of control, lots of uncertainty, right? And yet giving them pre-change information is early to go, look, this is coming, a decision is going to be made by about the 20th of next month, or, within this time frame. Be prepared, even though you're not really giving them anything new other than that. You're not telling them what yet. I think it's that level of pre-change information you're saying really helps with engagement and making people feel looked after, I suppose, and just starting to get ready.
I think
does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, it does. I was just trying to think of examples. Like a great example is to say that we know something's coming.
Yeah.
We don't have all the details, but we'll share when we can.
Yeah.
Can I can I ask everyone, when we're speaking to each other in here, for us to be uncomfortably loud? If it doesn't feel weird, it's not quite loud enough. It just help everyone out.
We have different levels of what constitutes loud.
Pre-change. Sorry, information.
Yes, thank you.
I had one example. It was a research council. They were going to do a move. They belonged to one university. They were going to then be attached to another university. That would involve relocation. they found out 3 years before that was going to happen, and they chose to tell their people that that was going to happen 3 years before, even though that it caused a lot of upheaval, which was why I sort of went in to support the company. But that was because they said as soon as we know, we don't want to hide it from what we value is transparency and that trust. So we know, so we're going to tell our people.
That's interesting. And then, like, how did they cope with like 3 years of uncertainty and not knowing what's going on?
Well, you know, obviously it makes people really nervous and all the rest of it. So the managers had to do the extra work to support them through, you know, like engaging with them, getting them focused on what was in their control, trying to do the fairness, you know, all of these things to try and manage the change. Yeah. But at the end of the day, there were some people who were looking to leave, you know, as a result of that. But they took that risk. Mm-hmm. So that's a sort of judgment thing, but that's another example, a bit of an extreme example, but of pre-change information. But I really like your example about, you know, even when you haven't really got anything new, it still helps.
I think there's a merit to just saying, we're going to give you an update every odd Tuesday. And then even if you reach the next one and not much has changed since the last time, at least people have got the rhythm and the certainty of some further update being given. It just helps to detract from that sense of all of this is invisible to us.
Yeah. And Chris has got his hand up. Chris.
Thank you. I think also this summarizes for me just how difficult internal communications is. So, you know, I don't think people appreciate the balance we have between art and science, because you don't want to sort of, you know, paralyze the organization for 3 years with it could be you that's going to be impacted by change. So I would say if you find this sort of thing difficult, it's because, in my experience, it is very difficult to get that balance. There's no exact methodology to this that says do this, then that. And you have to like sometimes rely on your gut feel of how that might land in your organization, considering organizational culture and subcultures and all those things. So I just wanted to sort of acknowledge that actually, you know, this is really, really tricky to make that judgment. And you know what? Sometimes you'll get it wrong, and that's part of learning.
Thank you. Yeah. So yeah, you've got to just analyze each situation, which is obviously what you're going to do in your assignments. You know, there's no perfectly right answer. It's based on the situational analysis. What best approach you think is going to work. Next, please.
Sorry. There we go.
Yeah, so just linking it back to sense making. I won't say too much about it other than it comes up in everything that we do. So sense making is linked, but the important bit here I wanted to draw out is that actually White really links sense making closely to our sense of identity, right? So really, when we bring about change, it isn't just about shuffling the furniture, right? We're moving to hot desking, putting in a new office or new processes. That's shuffling furniture level. But actually, there's a lot of that deeper, below the surface stuff about, like, 1 minute I'm the expert, and all of a sudden I might be just this old person that's trying to get to grips with digital apps or something. It can really unconsciously affect our sense of identity. So it goes deeper, and that's why change can be threatening, because it affects the way it can affect our beliefs and our sense of ourselves. So we just need to be sensitive to that, which is also linked to that threat of the losses, you know, the potential sort of losses. So it all ties together, all right? But hopefully that gives you a sense of all these different factors that can affect the way that people will respond to change. So this can come into some of your analysis. Your stakeholders segment, where are they? Where are they on the change curve? Where might they be through the phases of transition? What are some, when we do our analysis of our specific stakeholders, which of these factors could be affecting the way that they respond to change? And therefore, what more do we need to do to engage them and bring them on this journey? That's what we want to see in the assignment, that level of analysis. Next, please. Oh yeah, sorry, that's just an example in the paper. This guy saw himself, new guy coming in, transformation guy, hey, I'm the firefighter, I'm going to fix things for them. And actually, how others saw him was like, well, actually, you're creating a lot of the bushfires here, mate, by introducing all these changes. Okay, next. So, on to organisational change. So, we won't do this in breakout rooms, but I'm just curious to hear, where does change typically get initiated in your organisation? Can we just have some thoughts from the virtual group, please?
More so the leadership team for us, like our MD and then his sort of direct reports, and he has a program director who led the most recent one as an example.
Yeah, I would say the same as well. We also have, it's led by our leadership team and then tends to slowly filter through. But in what terms, when does comms get invited in? It does slightly depend. At the very top, we have a comms director on our executive leadership team, so she'll be involved. But when we then, as business partners and our departments get involved, tends to be quite late, where they'll start revealing this change is coming. It depends their view of the risk of confidentiality or other things like that, how quickly they start to share outside of their direct team. Really depends on the characters.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. In here. Where does change typically get initiated?
I say leadership for us. I bet it's like exec level leadership who just go, we're going to do this.
Okay.
So
We'll go to Vicky and then first, then come to Cam.
I think it depends on the change activity. We are influenced by our markets and our customers. For example, UK government is one of our biggest customers, so if they demand that we need to do something from a cybersecurity perspective, then that is not a big organisational change, but it is a change that our ICT needs to implement, and we probably will need to communicate to our people.
Okay, yep, so sort of externally driven, but then you've got department driven.
I was just going to say similar, as a regulated sector, but also kind of financial changes that could be driven. So, for example, the cost of living and things like that, the living wage going up, that can have major financial implications for the organisation. Yeah. So some of the change can be kind of external, kind of government driven.
So lots of different ways, really, and we've already heard that you'll get involved at various points. Ideally, very early on, but very often at the last minute, let's fix this. That's your job to get it right, get these people changed. Okay, next, please. So I think this was one of your reading things, Bamford and Forrester, and really papers, tips for studying earlier on. I think Liz mentioned about reading the abstract and then just the conclusions. That paper I found quite useful. It's just got lots and lots of references early on when it does the background literature sort of review, which then gives you places to go to, right, to read. So that it was useful for that. And this talks about plan change. The paper talks about plan change and emergent change. They sort of two different archetypes. And organisations can be looked at in a very mechanistic way. I think you would have come across Burns and Stalker in the first module. Or Gareth Morgan writes a lot about different organisational metaphors, and that they can either be very machine-like or a bit more like sort of organisms, living, breathing entities adapting to the environment. He actually also talks about political organisations, where there's a lot of politics. So that helps you sort of go, this is the environment I'm working in. So therefore, what should be my approach? Next. Okay, so I'm going to talk about a couple of planned change models and then we'll get on to more emergent change and how to approach emergent change. Now, Llewellyn is like the grandfather of all change management models, right? Because pretty much most planned change models certainly seem to be sort of based loosely on Llewellyn. And what he helped us with is to really appreciate that there is this status quo, right, where there is a tendency for people to want to stay as they are, right, the status quo, and that we have to do work, loosen that thinking up to unfreeze people from that entrenched position before we can actually get movement. And then we have to do work to embed that change, to make it stick. Otherwise, there's this tendency to revert back to how things were. So that's where that was useful. Next, please. And then he talks about doing different things, like understanding what are the driving forces and resisting forces initially, and then engaging people, you know, to make the change happen, and then working at embedding those practices. So whether it's a carrot and stick approach or more of a gentle nudge theory type, you know, nudge approach, but we have to do the work to make it stick. Quattro was mentioned earlier, and really I think, you know, the Quirks model for communication, the framework that Quirk has, communicating change, that aligns quite well with this sort of planned approach as well. So Quattro in the 90s worked for Boston Consulting Group. As part of that, they surveyed, researched 3,500 companies, and then from that he said, look, why do transformation efforts fail? And actually, this is what you can do so that they don't fail. And that's how he came up with his model. And we start off with the why, building a powerful coalition, vision, communicate, make it happen, and then embed. So this maps quite well to Fluent, really. But again, like you saw earlier on, it's very planned change. Now this was great in the 90s, you know, when things were stable, but actually it's not quite as simple as that. You know, it's much more iterative. And actually Cotter then wrote a book called Accelerate in about 2013, which is moving towards a bit more of an agile approach with this, but still sticking to the main steps that he identified before. So I think most of that's self-explanatory. And then, okay, on to emergent change. White, that again. That it being unpredictable, unintentional, and can come from anywhere, and relatively, it involves sort of self-organizing. Now, Ralph Stacey, he's a real leading voice actually in this whole complexity emergent change space, because back in the 90s, mid-90s, he took a lot of the complexity science thinking from the natural sciences and brought them into the organizational world. And then he set up the Center for Complexity at Hatfield University. He wrote the book called Complex Responsive Processes in Organizations. Basically, he was a real leading light in this space, and he died just about 4 years ago. But again, he introduced the term edge of chaos. So this idea of most organizations sort of operating at the edge of chaos, between trying to stay stable, but lots of instability as well to deal with, right? If you could go to the next one, please. Okay, so this is the Stacey matrix. And again, it's just about sort of thinking about what situation you're dealing with, right? Before you decide on your approach. The horizontal axis, let's go there first, is saying, look, do we have a high degree of certainty and stability, or actually there's lots of shifting parts and it's emerging. Are we far from certainty, right? And then the vertical axis is about, do we have close agreement on requirements and what the problem is, etc., or are we really far? Lots of sort of different opinions. If we could have the next one, please. So if we're dealing with a situation where actually the problem is straightforward, we can define the problem and agree on that, and we can define a solution. It's like your paint by numbers approach, right? We can use our standards of operating procedures, practices, and get on with it. And you may have change like that, right? And maybe, you know, parts of in your organisation, you've got some changes like that. But once we start to get a little bit more disagreement, maybe diverse range of stakeholders, politically sort of different agendas, differing views, and perhaps we haven't got as much certainty, then we get into the more complicated zone, which will take a bit more work. Right? You might have to do more stakeholder engagement as well to get people on board, etc. But you know, you can still sort of use the approach of analysis, expertise, involving stakeholders, and get it done. And next, I'll go to yeah. So where there's high uncertainty, then there's a bit more. We can't just do a paid by numbers approach. We need more dialogue, participation, right? Like the emergent strategy stuff that we talked about earlier. Can we go to chaotic next, please? And then I'll come back to edge of chaos. So if we've got lots of disagreement and we've got lots and lots of uncertainty, then we're basically in this chaotic sort of patch where we do actually need decisive action to try and stabilize the situation to a point where we can at least move towards the edge of chaos, right? Get out of danger, move towards the edge of chaos. And then I love the term edge of chaos Stacey came up with, but basically this is where a lot of organizations often are, where we're sort of self-organizing, we're learning, we're experimenting, but we need lots of connection, you know, voices, input, right? Because nobody knows the answer. So this is Stacey matrix, complexity matrix. In project management space, this is quite often used to understand what type of project or program you're dealing with. So therefore, would you use more agile methodologies or more planned project management approaches?
And what is the danger?
Pardon?
So if you're in chaotic and you say we need to get out of the danger,
yeah,
what's danger defined as?
So it depends on what. So they use examples in the paper. So they use like the 9/11, you know, World Trade Center bombings. When I was putting the slides together, I was thinking about, without bringing America into it, which I am though, Minneapolis, the type of stuff that's happening there, where there's quite a lot of chaos, and you've got self-organizing groups that are organizing, you know, without sort of higher level help, but to protect people or, you know, try and stabilize the situation to a degree. So there's that. So all the other example that uses in the paper, which is actually on the next slide, please, they talk about, actually it's the one after, but we can say that. Let's say you're doing a planned approach, and then all of a sudden there's a massive recession. So you have, so the danger is we could go under, we could lose all our money, and literally we only have about 6 months, you know, to go. And so that's the danger bit, chaotic, and we want to try and stabilize the situation, go to a more emergent way of dealing with it to stabilize it, that we can survive. And these are the examples that the paper talks about as well. So we've got the so this, Voorhees wrote about this back in about 2008, but you know, when the World Trade Center happened, the bombings of that, obviously very chaotic situation, horrendous, but you had lots of people self-organizing in that crisis to go rescue people, to save people. They developed a pattern for coordinated action very quickly, and you know, so it's unpredictable, unplanned, arose from just bottom up, right, emergent. And this is the self-organizing element, informal self-organizing to be able to deal with it. And from that, because Ralph Stacey and those types of people talk about how order emerges out of the chaos, right? That's what we've got to facilitate when there's lots of uncertainty. So that's what they were doing there. Next slide, please. And that's that example with the telecoms company where they were going to implement a planned strategy for a new manufacturing unit, but because of the recession, had to change and adopt a more emergent approach.
This stuff can happen in crisis as well. We had a student last year write about a retail network where they had a cyber attack, lost access to all of their systems. Before the centre could really act, what had happened is individual units had started to develop their own responses to the situation, how they were going to handle transactions, what they were going to communicate with customers. So organisations can feel like very controlled places, but it only takes something unexpected to happen and all of a sudden that control can be lost. People have to innovate. I think that is true. That is a reflection of the model you've described.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. But when I did my May project, because I was 6 months in, and then the pandemic happened, and so by then the second 6 months was for our masters was online. But then I did my project on emergent change with a housing association I'd worked with, where they'd been very hierarchical, traditional, top down and everything. And then literally after lockdown the next day, people are gathering in their car park to get trained on PPE equipment because critical business still had to continue. And I did my interviews with operational teams that adapted incredibly well, and there's lots of self-organising going on there. Okay, next example. Right, so this paper, same one with all these examples, says that actually what we need is a balance of both, which is exactly the point from earlier this morning. Right, so we need that today's business environment, you know, we need to balance emergent and planned. Because really we want the planned because it makes it more controllable, right? We can do something with it. But we've got to allow for the emergence. So this paper, okay, they did semi-structured interviews, qualitative research. Right, there's only 14, you know, yes, it's a low number, but 12 people were from different organisations. And the decision makers were there, so they took people who were very experienced with big transformation, and from there, what they said, people are saying is, yes, we need both, and they don't see it being a problem that you have this sort of umbrella hybrid approach with planned and emergent, that they can sit side by side and diffuse that. But the aspects that they considered important for stability were having some core processes that were really critical to the business and protecting those as much as possible. Having values and ethics around the way of working, right? So everything might change. We might have to self-organise, but there are certain values that we stick to. And with the housing association, the operational teams that I worked with, a couple of things that really came out was their commitment to purpose, the bigger purpose, and their commitment to each other, to support each other, and the values around that. And then also, good to know, communication practices help with the stability and the trust that actually one can cope with whatever comes up. So that sense of resilience, confidence. If you could put up the next bit as well. We will have an activity shortly. But this is just more about complexity as well, just to give you more resources, right? Booker, you've probably heard of, right? Okay, from US Army. And then Middleton Kelly talks about, again, where there's chaos and complexity, there's more unpredictability, right? We need lots of iterative adapting, learning quickly, and self-organizing. And that's how you get order to emerge out of the chaos. And Holland says pretty much the same thing, that where you've got lots of different agents interacting with each other and they can learn from each other, that's what helps come through that chaos bit. And here it's again talking about approach to deal with that complexity, to say lots of experimental approaches, right? Because no one does know the answer, right? We just haven't got a clue, so we're having to experiment. So implementing in small steps, much more of an agile approach. And now one of my favourite authors actually is Send and his team, because they were writing about this agile approaches stuff back in the 80s, and it's really it's thinking more of organisations as organisms rather than very machine-like environments, and saying that we need to grow steadily in small steps and learn along the way and have leaders role modelling. Okay, so still talking about the emergent change stuff, but here the paper that you read I think is much more accessible, right? So why can people like actually even Stacey's book Complex Responsive Processes can be quite a heavy read to get your head around, whereas what Hinson and Osborne did back in 2016 was take a lot of that what's all been written about 10 years before, but actually they've made it really accessible and explained it well. So difference between more traditional approach and more complex view, right? Same as what was said before. And if you could go. And they talk about having these dials, right, to help understand where are we. And they talk about drive for fitness. So how urgently do we need to change? You know, like if we don't, what we're doing doesn't fit the environment, then we need to change. We've got that sense of urgency. And safety, you mentioned psychological safety, right? Remember the learning, reduce the learning anxiety. And again, with this housing association, the operational teams, before, I remember in the interviews, one of them saying, we didn't have to hide anything. It was like before, because they'd had a strategy to reduce inventory, right? They weren't allowed, they shouldn't keep stock. But because there was such a shortage of PPE equipment, they were then told, look, when you see it, just buy it. Wherever you are in the region, just buy what you can and store it. And so there was a lot more psychological safety around experimenting and just trying. And they didn't have to go through layers of approval. That literally sort of overnight, they changed the rules on all of that. Lots of connections, talking to people to learn from each other, right? Very, very quick feedback loops. And that edge of chaos idea, right, is just trying to get stability even when there isn't that much. And the control is loosened. So what were you, if you go back, because we've got a few minutes yet, we will stop for a break. What were your thoughts from reading the paper on all this emergent change stuff and complexity. Gary, should we ask you first, because you said you really liked the paper?
Yeah, I just like the way it was easy to read and applying my thinking to the organisation. So I wouldn't say that I fully understood it, but I would say that I was able to consider how turning the dial in one area, like safety, for example, could release or loosen up control, and how that might flow within the ONS for my work in certain departments, and how that could reflect on some of the change initiatives that are currently underway. So I found overall it was very easy to absorb and follow, but much to be new.
Yeah. And I've got to say, with Hinton and Osborne, they've got the link to the video that really demonstrates, because they also then use the World Trade example that had been written about some years before, but they've got a video where they're really talking through and demonstrating the self-organising.
I couldn't get the video to work.
Pardon?
I couldn't get the video to play.
Oh, okay.
So it was no longer available.
Oh, I don't know when that happened.
I don't know.
Yeah, oh, sorry about that. But basically it does describe it. And that paper, the original paper that talks about it anyway, 2000, the one that I've referenced, is the main points of that.
We can see if we can find it as well. We can have a
Yeah.
look
Yeah.
around on YouTube, because it's well worth looking at.
Can I say two critical things of the article?
Yes, please. That's the whole point of all of this, right?
Because
Critical thinking.
I find this the whole 6 conditions. I find that not neat.
Not neat.
I don't like it. I look at it and I couldn't stop thinking the entire time. Like, to me, these are not the same kind of qualifiers necessarily. If that means anything. It's like. It's just these conditions being present. I kept wondering, did they arrive at these after doing the research, or were these kind of like, am I seeing what I want to see in that organization or in that situation? Yeah. And I also kept thinking about, the applicability of the whole 9/11 situation, obviously, because we know that in crises, people tend to kind of rally together and see that need. But I mean, if we're speaking of organizational change, this is hardly ever the case unless it's something like COVID that happened to us all and we had to deal with it in our organizations. And the response generally was quite positive then.
Yeah. Good to hear your thoughts, and I'm sure we've got a whole range, along that scale. I mean, I hope what I've done with the earlier work from 10 years before is showing you that personally I don't think there's anything new in this paper at all, but what they've made it, the way they described it, is just a bit easier to digest, whereas I hope what you can see is every single thing was being written about since the 90s and then into the 2000s with the examples, right?
I was reflecting on it as an emergent change. So when things don't quite go according to plan, what do? There's an adaptability that's required, and so looking at those different elements, I can see within my organisation the people that would fit those particular names, or the situations that would fit them. Yeah. So if we talk about psychological safety, or we talk about diversity, it's not just in groups. Yeah. It could be in thinking. It could even be in specific people. Different protected characteristics. But ultimately, we're talking about how people might see a problem and solutionise it. The connectivity is about the communication, how we connect different various ways of thinking and organisations within, and then I can see that the edge of chaos is going to be a crisis situation. So I think I'm able to reflect on situations as well as people within the organisation and how they are affected or impacted by that.
Yeah, and COVID is obviously a good one. I think now some organisations, where it's relevant, is to do with AI, right? Their survival, actually, what does it mean? The level of uncertainty, no answers. We're going to have to connect people to come up with ideas. Are we really going to be fit for purpose? Like CRM companies, Salesforce, I was reading an article about that whole industry, when actually in organisations a lot of the AI can do the jobs that a lot of the CRMs and Salesforces, etc., were charging them lots of money to do. So you know, there could be that sort of situation. But again, there's lots. I'm just giving you lots of sources rather, that really say pretty much the same thing.
And I found the video.
Pardon?
I found the video, which is well, because it does bring it to life. I think the whole the principles it does it really well.
So there you go. Yeah. Right. We talked about individual change and lots of different factors that contribute to resistance to change, going along the change curve through the phases, and we've talked about approaches, thinking about planned and emergent. It isn't an either or, right? There will be aspects that are planned within a programme, and there will be aspects that are more emergent. You're going to ask.
Yeah, I was sorry, and I think it's that last bit that I was just struggling to make a bit of a connection for us and what we're going to be doing in terms of the assignment. How is this plan change and emergent change like connecting to our communications?
Yeah, so what we'll do after the break, we're going to look at, because we haven't finished yet, so after the break we'll look at communication approaches, right, which will come into your strategy, and it will just, based on the overall strategy you're going to have from this morning, is that more of an umbrella strategy, is it more planned or emergent, and then what does that mean for your communication? So the next bit will tie in with this planned and emergent change, hopefully, anyway. Yeah, but the difference is obviously your planned approach in a planned environment, your communication can have a lot more certainty up front. In an emergent situation, it's much more iterative, right? So you're not going to have as many things to communicate up front. It's going to be much more about dialogue, engagement, participation, and working it out as we go. But we'll see that after the break.
I think AI is a good example. Lots of organisations are struggling with how on earth do we apply that, Ranjit, just as you said. Most organisations, the top leadership team, don't have an answer to exactly how we're going to do that at the moment. The thing they might want to do is create the conditions for people to innovate and experiment. And they might often have organisations where that innovation and experiment hasn't been directly encouraged before.
Yeah.
If you look at Hinton and Osborne, they talk about these things as dials. Tweaking those dials, finding ways to do that in the organisation through communication as one lever is one way you can look at that problem.
And could you just go back to the Stacey's matrix as well? So you could use that as your analysis of what you could justify. Look, because we're in this sort of situation where lots of uncertainty, lack of agreement amongst a wide, diverse group of stakeholders. So would say we're in more complexity, or therefore the approach is going to be more like these is the different approaches. So there's the using standard procedures because it's nice and simple, or actually we're going to have much more about dialogue and emerging solution because it's more back end. So you might want to think about that in terms of the approach.
Can I say one more thing? I think I put my finger on why this bothers me so much. And
what, this bit or
the dials thing.
Oh, the dials. Yes,
because
please.
I think this is, you know, we started with this Newtonian view, which is kind of very Western. It's kind of very linear, all of that. And then we went into this complexity view, which is anything but.
Yes.
But then we're introducing this into dials.
Yes.
Dials are again very,
it's
a machine.
Yeah.
It's still basically, we're thinking still linearly, but by making it, we're reproducing the linearity to these 6 things, we're now pretending that they're not. But we're still treating it like a machine rather than an organism, I think is what bothers me about it.
That's a fair point. And it's a bit like Ollie's point about models. We want to take loads of rich tapestry stuff and try and put it into a 2x2 box for our stakeholder. It's a way to engage some people. It might work for some people, it might not work for others. It's tools in your toolbox and sources and references for your assignments, right? Okay, and on that note, we are going to stretch legs. It's exactly 3 o'clock. We're going to have a 15-minute break and then get back and talk about communicating change. Okay? Thank you. Thank you, people. We talked about organisational approaches to change. Now we're looking at communicating change, which is obviously the most important bit. Right, so you could move forward, please. Thank you. So this is a paper with Beta Men, who Ollie mentioned earlier. And so I'm just going to give you some research bits around the communication, and then we'll go into an activity so you can collect your thoughts around this. So as you would obviously think so anyway, the open and participative communication climate is what's helpful for successful change, and because that leads to more positive change reactions. And actually at this point, I'll just mention that the IoIC, when they did their annual best, what's it called? The best survey? But
Index.
That's it. 2024. Trust, in terms of really good, effective communication, it showed that when you have really good, effective communication, the level of trust is really high, up to 93%. And when you have poor change communication, it drops to about 7%. It's like really drastic impact. Okay, next please on the, yeah. So the communication climate, it says, works through these two pathways. It can directly influence the change reactions, right, of people, but it also builds employees' psychological connection to the organisation. So there's more engagement, better well-being, all of that. Okay, next please. Yeah, so that's that sense of belonging that they talk about, that their voice matters, right? And which I think is linked to that sense of control as well, which is so important. Okay, next. So, oh, actually, you could put both of those up there, please. So this is slightly adapted from Johansson and Hyde's paper that talk about different communication approaches. They actually talk about 3 different approaches. I've sort of simplified it here to put it on 2. And one is more about the process of communicating and transmitting information. Remember the more tell and sell approach that Ollie mentioned earlier. And then where there's more complexity, evolving solution, then we can have the more right-hand side, where we're helping people make sense, make meaning of it, engage with it more, so more two-way type stuff. So that's more the inclusive co-creation bit from earlier today, right? And so I think in response to that question a bit earlier about, so what does this planned and emergent stuff mean? Really, you could say, okay, you might have what's on the left if it was more planned and more tell, Whereas if you've got more complexity going on, more emergent change, or leaning towards that, you might lean more towards the right-hand side. But in reality, we've always got a mix, haven't we? We've always got to have a certain element of what's on the left, but it's just that you might have a greater proportion of what's on the right, depending on your analysis of the situation. Good old quirk, how could we not have him in here, right? But aligned very much like, you know, the plan change approach. It aligns pretty well, I think, with Cotter as well. I'm just trying to think of what else is in there. The point about the what's the within was the what's in it for me, what's expected. That's very much emphasizing the segmenting, right? So get really specific with your stakeholder segmenting and to be able to really do a detailed analysis and then understand what's in it for them. This is stepping into their shoes so that you can then design appropriate engagement strategies for those stakeholders. Next, please. Okay, so I'm going to talk about Arminakis, who wrote a lot. Harrison Arminakis wrote a lot actually about change readiness. Later papers from about early 90s from them. So they talk about readiness as a sort of phased approach, a bit like Lewin's actually. They based it on Lewin's model. So they said, look, first we have to do stuff to get people ready for change. That was like the unfreeze bit from Lewin. Then we have to support them in actually adopting the change. And then we have to really do some stuff in order to help institutionalize it, which is like the refreeze bit. So think about this in terms of your assignments as well, to take people along the whole journey to help institutionalize the change as well. And this is where I think actually comms folk have an advantage over project people, project teams and project delivery. Because typically, as soon as a project is delivered, project teams get disbanded, right, and moved on to other projects. Whereas you're in a really great position because you have more of the site, I think, for longer term potentially, to really help with more of that embedding. And you have sight of more changes than just what a project team might do. So you could really understand the impact of multiple changes on that area as opposed to just one project at a time, potentially. And you can then highlight risks. I'm not saying you can do anything about it, but you can highlight the risks of, do you realise there's 8 different changes landing with this one team at the end of financial year, right? Okay, so Arminakis came up with these 5 key message components for change. You may choose to use something like this in your assignment. So one of them is to really highlight the discrepancy, as in, why do we really need this change? Getting the sense that that's quite important, right? Pretty much every model that talks about that. And in this example, they talked about, in their paper, a company, a parent corporation that decided to merge various units that had been standing alone. And they talk about the communication, right, for that change, and about how well they articulated about so this one wasn't a problem to solve, it was an opportunity to make more of. And so there they were communicating, here is why this change will be so good for us, right? Not just the, oh, this is really bad situation that we need to address. Next, the appropriateness, yes. So is the specific change being introduced an appropriate reaction to the need. So how are we going to communicate that, right? How do we show them that? And so is it relevant? And again, that was part of the communication example that they've got in the paper. Oh, sorry, can I just go back to the previous slide? I think the last point is really quite useful because it minimises likelihood that we will be perceived as arbitrary. Right? I don't know about you, but sometimes, you know, here, like that people feel like change is just being done for change's sake, right? Or there are so many different changes going on. It's like, oh, it's just overwhelming. And I think if we can, from a comms perspective, if we can really join up the dots, that Ollie was saying, to that bigger purpose, to go, oh, okay, it's not just for the sake of it, there's a reason for this, and also really show its relevance and importance, linking it to strategy, that bigger, organisational bigger objectives, then that's joining up the dots. Efficacy, so can we, confidence levels in can we actually do this? Like how do we get across that level of assurance that this is doable for us? And that's based on expectancy theory. And again, the paper is really great at giving the examples. They're working through the example. So in the communication, they're saying, look, we've been successful in the past, blah, 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 right? Evidence to build that confidence. We've had a good reputation. We've got dedicated employees. So there's that sort of storytelling component to this to bring people on that journey. And I know it's a bit old now, but another example of a letter, it was an open letter a few years back, which was the CEO of Airbnb, when they were having to let go of a lot of people. Just beautifully crafted, loads of really good examples in there of influencing and a lot of these points. And okay, so next please. So we've said the why, the discrepancy, we've made it relevant and appropriate. We've given confidence that we can do this, so it's inspiring. And then we're saying, look, what sort of support will there be? So here in the example, it's, you know, like the manager's role in planning process, you know, the high level of the commitment is shown, etc. Next, please. Yeah, and so we've done this sort of organisational why it's good, but here's another common theme. We need to localise it, right? We need to segment and get more specific and really show the benefits to our different segmented stakeholders. What's in it for me? So again, it gives that example.
It's interesting in Rachel Miller's book on internal comms strategy, she flips that round and says that the best starting point for the messaging is what's in it for me, and then you work to the organizational context. I think you can look at this in either way, but often I think she's right about that, that's the best place for the first step of the conversation to take place.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference with, sorry, I can't, we had a little conversation over the break time about some of the theories, and they're old and it's relevance, etc. We were saying, look, at the end of the day, people are people, right? But actually, I think this is a really good example where a lot of the stuff that's written, certainly, you know, in the early 2000s, is much more of that sort of top-down type of approach. Whereas what you said about the Rachel Miller's, what she's saying now that's much more relevant is more of that bottom up and really putting that first.
Me, local, global, she calls it. That's another model you can potentially bring into this.
Yeah, and where we've got lots of complexity, we've already seen that. See, before it made sense and it was efficient to have a top-down approach. We relied on our leaders to give the answers, right? And top-down cascading effectively was an efficient way to do it. But where we don't have simple solutions to moving into an AI world and everything that's happening, so we are much more reliant on people engaging and giving that input. So it makes sense to put them first. So they said that there's 3 strategies change agents can use. By change agents, they're referring to anybody in the organization, leaders, managers, the people who are facilitating change. And that, yes, we want the persuasive communication, well-written, well-crafted, clear messaging around that, with written speeches, memos, etc. But we also want active participation that we've been talking about, and we want good management of that information as well. And obviously now we've got AI tools and all sorts to help sift through a lot of information, but obviously you have to validate it because it does get a bit carried away and hallucinate at times as well. But there needs to be good management of that information as well, and make sure it's consistent. Okay. All right. So lots of things to think about there. Now we've got a pause point, a chance for you to reflect on what we've covered, and maybe draw out some key takeaways. I think key takeaways that you think will be particularly relevant for your organisation, or what you could write about in your assignment, right? So which are particularly relevant, okay? And from a timing perspective, you've got 20 minutes, right? Oh, can I just check, any questions from the online team there? No, you're all right? Okay. So 20 minutes. Coming back into the room.
Oh, can you move forward a bit?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, good stuff. Right, so I hope that was useful to be able to talk with each other about your reflections and key takeaways. So how about we go first with this group here at the front table. Who's going to talk on this group's behalf?
That's okay. So we spoke a lot about emergent change and trying to get our heads around that, and I guess like when you might want to use it. And I think we probably had more questions, but one that I personally wasn't too sure about. So earlier in strategy, and I feel like this afternoon we've been talking more about emergent change. And I'm wondering, is that intentional? Is when we talk about emergent strategy, is that where we're putting the guardrails in place and kind of letting whatever happens in order to meet the strategy?
Yeah.
Versus emergent change, which is there's not necessarily an intended outcome for that. That's just what kind of happens based on the environment.
Yes, or you could have an intended overall direction of travel, but you don't know how you're going to get there, and that's why you put the guardrails on, but you're working out how to get there more rather than giving a fixed roadmap for how to get there. But you can still have an intended direction of travel in that we don't know how this AI will work, but we want to be in a position where we using it really efficiently and all our workforce, can use it.
So are we saying that emergent change is planned to an extent, so it's not an expected change or
So in terms of your strategies and stuff, it will probably be a mixture. So that's, and actually I don't think it's ever either or, like it's not. That's why we talked about the umbrella strategy. But what you've got typically a planned change with aspects of some bits that are evolving and more emergent. In most situations, I would say that's the case. Unless you've really, it's unusual for there to be a situation in an organisation where it's all completely emergent, unless you're responding to some sort of crisis. Okay. So what you're saying is there can be a planned, intended destination, and perhaps even a fairly good sort of big chunk idea, but actually we're still figuring it out.
Yeah, and I guess there might also be implications because of the planned direction.
Yes.
That as a internal communications professional, you might just want to kind of bear in mind.
Yes.
And have like as a backup plan.
Yes, definitely. And so, for example, in the or it might be that you're trying to use a very planned approach, very directive, planned, fixed, in an environment that's very complex with a lot of interconnected parts and knock-on effects with external. Let's say I work with an ambulance service a lot, and anything they do has a knock-on effect. Or what hospitals do, what social services do, has such a big knock-on effect that even though they have a very clear planned strategy, not even umbrella strategy, but the way that they go about it has to be quite emergent. A lot on the way. Is that helpful?
Yep.
Yeah. We'll move round and then we'll see how much time we've got to come round. Yeah, over again. Did everybody hear that okay online?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not an either or situation. And by the way, we're not here to tell you how your strategy should be. If you say, for this situation that we're dealing with in my company, in this example, it's completely planned, that's okay, right? So it's just got to be appropriate for the situation that you've got.
Remember, that's what Mintzberg says as well, that most realised strategies, most of what actually happens in organisations, has both planned and emergent aspects. The reality is there are very few things that fall into either one of those categories entirely. So your job is to kind of work out which features of the change or initiative you're talking about are planned and emergent, therefore which...
Wasn't it Mintzberg who said that actually strategy is when you work out why you've done what you've just done?
There is a bit of that, yes. Yeah. Yeah, all of that.
Great. So moving round, we'll go to the middle table here, then we'll come to the online group, and then we'll go to the end table. So middle table here, key points that came out from the discussion.
Pulled out 4 main points from what we've discussed this afternoon. One was around having dedicated resource for this change in communications for a workplace, something we don't have.
Okay.
With regards to organisational change,
yeah,
we have it for technology change, but not that organisational part of it. So it's picked up ad hoc, which is why the changes fail.
So with the dedicated resource, it'd be nice to have the dedicated change resource. Do you mean like sitting as part of the change initiative?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
The other one being audience segmentation and really honing in on what those different audience groups are to apply the right messaging to them.
Yeah.
And then understanding what's in it for me. And then the roles and responsibilities that leaders have on seeing that change through, because they're very good at throwing a change idea out and walking away. And being cross-producing a new change because the old one didn't work.
Yes.
And the process starts all over again. So how do we, and I guess that's the next module, is influencing them to understand really what their role and responsibility to make this succeed.
Yeah. Thank you, Nick. All really, really good points. Yes, and so leaders sort of walking away during the early part, but we've seen how important it is to stick with it. I mean, and really help reinforce it as well. You know, the job doesn't stop after the initial communication bit has been done, for sure.
The one thing we did talk about, which sort of explains maybe some of that, is that all of us agreed that our organisations are in continuous change
Yes.
as well. So
Yeah.
actually that's probably why it's hard for leaders, because they've sort of done that, and then there's another change coming through that they've got to move onto. So then how some of the theories sit alongside an environment where it's continuous change.
It's so we haven't really talked about lots of changes going on, because a lot of the literature doesn't talk about that so much. But in terms of the analysing the impact on people, that first paper that I mentioned with the emotions, they sort of paid a bit more attention to, look, all this other stuff is going to have an impact and they're going to be overwhelmed. But to get into the how many changes and what should we prioritise, then we really get into portfolio management. So effective portfolio management to decide what should be a priority and not. But that's where comms can help, I suppose. Yeah. Let's go to the group here online, please. Who's going to talk for you guys?
I don't mind sharing some of the points, but please chime in if I've missed anything, folks. So some of the things we looked at here actually are who is best to deliver the messaging. So some thoughts about actually who is the right face of the change and the different options for that. So whether, for example, it is us as the communications team, or whether you bring in a specialist to kind of own that. And also in terms of leadership, so who is the right person? It may not necessarily be a senior leader, it may be someone that is trusted, is likable. So some other things to think about: how do you deliver the messaging in an effective way, and who can support with that? And we had some examples of potentially how that could be done. I just want to check out if there was anything else we wanted to add there. I know we had some examples, but
thank you.
One of the things that Chris said, actually, which I feel like it seems kind of obvious, but I was frantically typing it down, was about being kind of realistic about what we want to achieve with the change. So like, we're not aiming for people to like it. It was, I think the language that you used, Chris, was like, it's a bit shit, but I understand why. And I think it's like being realistic, and also we were saying about the fact that spinning things now doesn't work. People see through it. So being really kind of honest about the reasons behind the change, not trying to kind of sugarcoat it or kind of mislead them into it's, for other reasons, like just really facing into why we're doing it. And I guess then back to the point that Amy was making about the person that's delivering the change, if you like them and you trust them, you're more likely to go along with it. Like, even if you don't like the message, you're more likely to understand why and follow it through.
Great, thank you. Yes, so got to have trust and faith and confidence, connection with the leaders, etc. Yeah. So bye, Stephanie. Thank you. Yeah, and bringing people along on that journey, even if they don't like it. How do we do that? So, okay, thank you. Over to that group over there. Yeah.
We all went on the southwest, so we didn't discuss about the question, we discussed about the topic of this segment, and I think almost all of us were discussing around AI communications. Okay.
But then we sort of talked about what the impacts could be for each of our organisations, which does feed into what we've just been covering this afternoon. And I mean, for example, at the ONS, we have a business change team. And their sole purpose is to focus on the emotional output, psychological safety, and making sure people fully understand what changes are emerging and how they're going to affect them. And what you sort of showed earlier about the continuation of that communicating change. That's where comms comes in.
Yeah, so do they work together?
We do. It's sometimes challenging.
Yes.
I think they want to do algebra, but they want to do that. But yeah, we do have a good relationship and influence each other positively.
Yes.
And I think it works best when we just let them come up with what they want to say.
Yes.
And we help them to say it.
Yes.
And then the rest is up to us to continue that messaging and delivery. But they have a hub, for example, where people can go to for continued change information. They put on show and tell sessions. So we'll help them design it around the ONS style. We'll help them run polls around it to measure the effectiveness of the communication. So they're kind of understanding how we can work together in that sense. But some of the others are talking about the stage that they're at within the organisation with AI and how they might implement that. And so therefore planning around it could ultimately be more structured or change as things go along, depending on what people need.
In my organisation too, specific to AI, we've got some like really conflicting opinions about like whether you should even use AI at all based on sustainability. Like there's kind of the academic research side of it that is very, very vocal. So how do you recognise their point of view, but then also like you say, you kind of have to use it in some element, otherwise you're going to get left behind. So there's a huge bridge that you have to kind of
navigate all the way through.
But making everyone feel heard and that their points are valid and that kind of thing, it's quite a big fight.
So lots to think about. Think of these, like you don't have to include everything that we've talked about. Does anybody watch Friends, of the programme? Right, for those that do, are a fan, do you remember the scene where Joey comes in wearing all of Chandler's clothes? Right? So using everything here would be like that, right? Wearing every single item in the wardrobe. And really what we want to do is pull out what is most appropriate for the weather that you have. And that's where your judgment comes in, right? That's what we're looking for with the assignment, is you're doing your analysis, this is the situation, you've got the tools to do that analysis, and then therefore these are the appropriate things, the different clothes of the wardrobe, the outfits that we're choosing in this situation, to make it appropriate. And so really all the stuff that we've talked about, the overall, the bigger picture, where are we heading, then segmenting, getting more localized, rich sort of analysis around that, so you can find appropriate engagement communication strategies for them to bring them on that journey and achieve the outcomes in terms of think, feel, do. The more specific you can be with that, the more specific measurement things you can put in place as well to be able to measure it. Okay? But don't make life overly complicated. Keep it as simple as you can as well. Any other pointers from Ollie or Liz or from anyone in the room before I hand you over? Okay.
I have thought of one.
Yes.
What you can always do, remember, is present options. So, there's a planned change, a planned approach, emergent approach. What makes most sense in these circumstances is because that shows that you've really been thinking it through.
Just let me go back to this for a second.
Oh, brilliant, yes.
Then we do that. Okay. I will talk about the law, but most important thing is that you're all clear on what we're asking for here. We can come back to this a bit tomorrow as well, at the beginning and end of the day. But a reminder, this is broadly the structure we're asking you to follow. As I said before, you've got some license with it. Something else logically makes more sense to you, then that's okay, as long as it does logically make more sense. But broadly, it's this. A lot of the stuff that we've just been over this afternoon, it should help you with thinking about your current state, change readiness, for example, how much change readiness exists for the thing that you're trying to get done in the organization, what might need to happen in order for a greater state of change readiness to be attained. When you're thinking about your strategy, knowing where you are, for example, in Bridges' transition model, if you go to Bridges and read that source, you will find it rich with suggestions for activities that will help to move to the next phase of change. When you're thinking about media timing and messaging, Randy took you through the Armanakis source, which is explicitly about what types of messaging work best in a change context. So where your personal valence, for example, what's in it for me? You will inevitably, I'm sure, arrive at the conclusion that some messaging around how the change is going to affect each individual and why that's advantageous to them is helpful. There's theoretical material that helps you to underpin that choice of message. So you've got the recording, you've got the slides. All of the material we've covered so far today has been about trying to give you the underpinning you need to build a strong strategy for the specific context you're looking at. But as Ranjit says, not all of it. The bits that are relevant, the bits that are useful. Okay? Before we move on, anyone got any questions about the assignment or the material we've covered so far?
No, but can I reserve the right to ask some more questions tomorrow?
Sorry, this is the last point at which questions. No, of course, questions are welcome at any point. While you're on the masters, you can ask us questions. That's okay.
Yeah, so this was around the outline. So I think last time for the 4,000 word report, we gave the outline maybe a week or two, roughly, after we'd handed in the poster. Is there a recommendation for this time round on how quickly we might need to give you an outline, or what would be helpful? An outline?
As always, what else is going on in your lives and when you're going to have time to do this? The advantage of putting together an outline relatively quickly is more of this is going to be in your head. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days afterwards, the extent to which you're going to need to go back to it and remind yourself is greater, and therefore your job becomes a little bit harder. So I'll get it done quickly, if you can.
Can I just ask, sorry, you mentioned Bridges' model. What was the name of that?
Transitions.
Megan's got her hand up.
Sorry, Megan, missed you.
No, so sorry, it's okay. In the last module, or the workshop, we spent a bit of time looking at past examples. I don't think they were necessarily relevant to the question, but it was like an example of how somebody had laid an assignment out that was kind of worthy of a pass, merit, distinction. Will we be doing something similar for this type of structure tomorrow at all, or could we at some point?
That was the writing assignments day, which was giving more general advice on what would be a pass, a merit, or a distinction, as opposed to specifically about each individual module. I think the examples I chose were more from the culture work, because that was something you'd be able to relate to because we'd covered it by that stage. But you know, the same principles apply. Basically descriptive stuff is a pass, and then you get through to merit and distinction with the increasing levels of analysis that you're demonstrating, and the assessment brief actually really does itemize everything we're looking for. Ollie, what else have you got to add on that?
Oh, sorry, I'm just trying to move the camera around.
Oh, right. I thought you had some.
No, it's exactly that. Megan, the same advice applies. The things we're looking for are synthesis, critical analysis, or everything we described to you in that assignment writing workshop.
I perhaps wasn't clear. I more meant the sort of the layout of it, given that it is so different to the layout of the last assignment. Are we able to see some examples of how people might have structured arguments in a similar way for a strategy assignment?
we can't share previous students' assignments with you for obviously the reasons you wouldn't want yours shared with others. The section headings that I'm giving you here are what I'd expect to see. You've got a section, describing them as the sections in black before, the section that's part of your business strategy document, and each of those will be followed by academic writing that explains the basis for what's in the strategy section. Send us drafts, we'll come back to you with comments.
And you're welcome when you do these strategy bits. You can use bullet points, etc., to your heart's content,
tables,
as you would a strategy. But then when it comes to the analysis, you're going to follow the rules that we followed. We've introduced around third party, third person, and all of the stuff that you've been practicing so far.
Sorry,
Okay.
one more question. In terms of the review,
Thanks, Megan.
who's reviewing out? Is it the three of you? So Liz, Ollie, Ranji?
Me, Liz,
Donna.
Okay.
Who also knows a lot about change, and in particular culture change.
That green section, so the analysis of the theory, do you also then refer anything around your organisation as well, or that's only in the top? So thinking back to our culture one, it was sort of theory, pretty example from my own organisation.
Yeah. Yes, data from your own organisation could be relevant in either section.
Okay.
So yeah, you might, in your segmentation and current state section of the strategy, say 48% of people are nervous about change because you've got that as a staff survey result, and you may want to refer back to that when you're making your argument in the academic commentary. Pretty flexible on that, to be honest, whatever makes sense to you.
And it's a good point, actually, because in the analysis, what we don't want is just, oh, this is what the theory is. You're going to be kind of doing that application all the way through.
It explains even further what you've got in your strategy, because that would have to be quite tight.
Tell you what, I did write a couple of example sections of the academic commentary for this a couple of years ago, so I'll pop those onto a slide and I'll share them at the start of tomorrow. They might help a little bit to explain what we mean. Vicky, you were going to ask something, I think.
I was, sorry, looking at notes. Evaluation methodology. We haven't touched on, right? We're doing that tomorrow?
Yep.
Or is that just literally?
Yep, you've got, so tomorrow you've got channels, methods and media, which...
Cool, going over
No,
channels.
no. So media richness, all of that stuff we're going to talk about tomorrow. How do you choose the right channels and activities to support your strategy? And Chris is going to take us through some material on measurement and evaluation. That's the whole of the morning tomorrow. And then in the afternoon, we're focusing on the stuff around the employment relationship, employee engagement, and all the stuff for the smaller assignment. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, so we're not quite done with stuff for this yet.
Okay, good. I definitely missed that.
Yeah, okay. Anything else? All right. Let me change slides. Liz, why do we have a session on the law in a Masters on Internal Communication Management?
That's a very good question.
It's because the university make us.
Is that the answer? I was just trying to think. Because you need some awareness of the fact there's things that you need to be aware of, but do not rely on the knowledge from this to make any decisions whatsoever. Always talk to the people who actually know what they're talking about.
Consult a lawyer.
Absolutely. That's the big takeaway from this section.
Absolutely that. Okay, so here we go. Yes. All right. But because I do it, I don't labour the point too much. We can talk about this for as long or as short as it's helpful for you to do so. I'll say a couple of things about the law as it relates to organisations and communication in organisations. I guess, mostly I'm talking about employment law here. There are some other areas of law that are relevant for communication, like GDPR. I imagine you're all over familiar with GDPR, if anything, but we can talk about it if you would like to. But really, we're talking about employment law. And like other forms of law firstly exists everywhere. everywhere. So anywhere where your organisations are doing business and have people, there will be law about employing people. It changes. So it changes all the time through rewriting of law, addition to law, and it changes through interpretation. In the law contains lots of vague terms like one establishment, reasonable adjustment, things like that. And what's actually meant by those things is constantly reinterpreted by the courts. In the case of employment law, that's usually the tribunal system. So any given week, the CIPD will publish 4 or 5 articles, which are the outcomes of employment tribunals. That's where an employer has been challenged on something that they've done, and either they'll have been found to have done something wrong or not done something wrong. And the reason it ends up in the tribunal system is because it's not absolutely clear to any party involved in it whether the employer has done something that they were allowed to do or not allowed to do. So in that way, what is or is not permitted by employment law, even though there are laws that you can read through the government website anytime you want to, exactly what those mean in practice, that's always being reshaped. At the moment, yeah, go on, do the next one. At the moment, it's a particularly interesting time when it comes to employment law, because we are currently going through, in the UK at least, we are currently going through the biggest single set of changes to employment law that there's been in a generation. Everyone's totally across this, right?
Yeah.
No. Your HR teams will be to a degree. By the way, everyone enjoy a wonderful working relationship with mutual respect with your HR colleagues? Is that largely the no? Sometimes. Okay, all right, I understand. Obviously,
I prefer staff side.
That's how they love to be referred to, Georgie. I obviously have some skin in the game on both sides here. I come from an internal communication background. I now work for the professional body for HR. I spent most of my internal comms career, I guess some of you have as well, working either inside or very close to HR teams. I may be unusual in this. I always enjoyed my working relationships with HR colleagues better than I did with my external comms PR colleagues. I think it's because, for me, what I enjoyed about that working relationship is I had a different set of skills to the HR professionals I was working with. They're complementary, so I could help them with how to introduce some of the changes they want to into their organisation without having to argue about the communications expertise and whose was greater. Whereas when you're in a corporate comms team, it feels like you're always competing for resources and you're usually losing out on them because you're up against all of this shinier comms activity that's happening with other audiences. That's my experience anyway. So, but the reason why we sometimes, I think, end up in tension with HR colleagues is because they come from a different starting point to us. We tend to think about the relationship with employees and a lot of the terms we've been talking about today, wanting to maintain productive, open, transparent, respectful dialogues with our employees. The starting point for HR a lot of the time necessarily is about whether or not what they're doing is compliant or not, because there is so much employment law and it applies in so many different ways that what we can or cannot do is often determined first and foremost by what you can and cannot do legally. It's the reason why this stuff's all important. And the fact that the law on all of these things is currently either changing or proposed to change is a huge headache for them, because they've got to think about how they implement all of this change in their people functions, and they've got to think about the total cost of doing so for the business, which in some cases is potentially massive. So all of these things are changing. Some of them are changing right now, so I need to remind myself. Trade union rights. So I think as of this month, when a union gets a mandate for industrial action by putting it to a vote of their members, That has traditionally been good for 6 months. So the industrial action can occur anytime within 6 months of that vote being taken. It's either from right now or later in February, I can't quite remember. It's going to be 12 months. So if you're in a unionized organization and there is the potential for industrial action, then that lingering potential lasts a lot longer from that change being implemented. There's also a duty which hasn't come into force yet around union membership, which is a duty on the employer to make employees aware that there is the option to join a union, which the employers had no duty to do up until now. That's a communication responsibility. So that's a job that will end up on your desks at some point, depending on which type of comms role you have. Yeah, so all of these things are changing. I won't labour the point too much on that. Let's move on to the next one, Liz. Right, so here are some areas of law that apply in organisations where it can be important for you to be aware of them as a communication professional. Some of them might apply to the types of situations that you're going to write about in your assignments, redundancies and consultation. If you're writing about a restructure, that would be relevant. Anyone thinking about writing about a restructure? All right, possibly. So we'll have a quick look at that. TUPE is about the law concerning when you transfer in employees from another organisation, their rights to be consulted with, and the rules that determine what level of reward and terms and conditions they end up with. There are rules around information and consultation of employees. Does anyone have a staff forum or works council or something like that in their organisation? Ish? Yes, some places. So there are laws determining that, what you're required to do with those representative bodies. Worker status and IR35. Anyone in an organisation where you have a lot of flexible labour, so people who work either on bank contracts, 0 hours contracts, who have worker status, nodding over here. So again, that throws a very different shade on employee communication, because the shape and size and nature of your workforce is significantly impacted by this. And it also creates tiers of people inside organisations. Has anyone worked under IR35? No. So if you're a freelancer or a consultant, then the type of work you can do for an organisation has changed markedly since IR35 was introduced. This is around effectively whether or not organisations were paying self-employed people to do work that looked like it should be completed by in-house employees. GDPR obviously concerns how personal data is handled by an organisation and what rights you've got to access that data. It's also closely linked to things like subject access requests. So one of the things that's quite often a risk in organisations is getting a subject access request from a former employee or a third party, and communication from within the organisation being exposed to an external party. And there's the threat of reputational damage that can quite often come with that. And then equality and discrimination, protected characteristics and how they apply to the rights of individuals with those characteristics. Again, can be a source of issues in organisations quite frequently. Okay, so I can talk about any of those, or we can not talk about them at all. Are there any of these which are of particular interest to any of you? And I will take silence, as we don't want to talk about the law and its application to organisations anymore. Gary?
Not that I wanted to talk about it, but is there an item missing around disputes?
Around industrial disputes? Yeah, yeah. So I mean, redundancies and consultation tends to be the thing that is the cause of a lot of those disputes. Usually that will be the initiation point for a ballot. So look, let's talk about that a little bit, because it is the one.
Tracy's got her hand
Oh,
up.
sorry, Tracy. Hi, Tracy.
Hiya. It was. I'd just be interested to hear what you've got to say about redundancies and consultation, because in the last module and this, when we've had conversations, lots of people have referred to redundancies, and I'm sure we'll be touching those time and time again across our careers. So I think that would be really useful to hear a bit more about.
Let's have a look at them then. We'll do that, and then after that, I think what we'll do is we are at about 4:30, so yeah, we can break into the consultation session after that. What I have done is put quite a lot of detail on these slides, exactly because I don't generally intend to go through them all in exhaustive detail, because at the end of a long day of hearing about changing internal communication strategy, people are understandably not always at their most receptive for this, but you've got them as a reference material, so that's what they're there for. But let's talk about redundancies and consultation, and then we'll close it off after that. So next one, please, Liz. Yeah. Okay. And this is really interesting in the light of the Employment Rights Act as well, because there has been this rule which organisations have been pushing at the edges of, let's say, for quite a long while here around this seemingly innocent term at the top here of single establishment. So you are required as an organisation to collectively consult with employees via employee representatives if you are making a certain number of redundancies within a certain amount of time. That's the basis of the law. It's 20 plus redundancies at what they call a single establishment. So if you're a large organisation, it's a duty upon you to determine what you consider to be a single establishment. So that might be a single geographical location, usually is. It might be a single business unit. If you're a divisionalized structure, then you might argue that only certain divisions are included in the establishment that you are using for the purposes of any given restructure. So sometimes organizations will take this single establishment rule and they will use it as a way of attempting to avoid collective consultation on redundancy programs that may in totality involve more than 20 redundancies. So this has been an issue historically. Government wants to close the loop on that. So they're proposing to remove the single establishment rule entirely.
Sometimes it can be a good thing, though, because
Sometimes
you've
it can be a good
got 20
thing.
individuals at risk in 20 different areas that have no connection whatsoever, and suddenly they're thrown into collective consultation. It's not as beneficial for them as much as a company.
You can definitely argue that, and the issue for a lot of organisations here is that they will argue that our ability to reshape our workforces, especially in a world of VUCA and constant change coming at us from all sorts of different directions, is entirely dependent on us being able to lose a few people here, gain a few people here, gain some new skills, shed people who don't have the skills that we need. And we can only grow the economy by being able to have some flexibility in our approach to managing our workforces. And if you remove all of the tools that we've got for reshaping our workforces, like self-employed status and access to self-employed people, and like the opportunity to restructure, then you make it impossible for us to innovate in the way that you say you would like the economy to be able to innovate. So those are the arguments for and against, but equally unions would argue that you've quite a lot of the time got substantial restructuring activity that happens without people being appropriately consulted on a matter that affects their livelihoods. You can reasonably argue it either way, I think. Did I do all right there? We have to walk a very, very difficult line on this, people, you have to say. Yeah, I'm trying to get my practice in. So the idea here is that you would have to consult on those plans with a recognised trade union if you have one. So you will either have a recognition agreement with a trade union or a number of trade unions, or you won't. If you don't have a recognised trade union, then you have to consult via elected employee representatives. I think details of that. So the numbers are here. This is how long your consultation period has to be based on the number of employees affected at that single establishment. Do you want to move on to the next one? So yes, if you've got a recognised trade union, you have to consult through them. If you don't have a recognised trade union, you need to have elected employee representatives. They need to be people who are impacted by the changes. They should be voted for by all of those who are impacted. votes are anonymous, and the number of employee reps is sufficient to represent the interests of all those affected. So normally that would mean if you've got 20 different teams affected by the changes, each of those 20 teams would end up with a representative, and you're consulting with those. Or you have 4 or 5 based on clusters of teams or something like that.
Can I ask a question here? So what if you've got an established works council, but none of those of the reps on the work council are impacted by the redundancies? Would you then need to elect new union employee reps?
To elect separate representatives, yeah. So you can use your works council or staff forum for this if your representatives are in the impacted groups, but if the impacted groups aren't, right, exactly that. So broadly, that's yeah. So next one, Liz. I think there's a bit more on this. Yeah. So this is what you need to provide those consultees with. Why the redundancies are needed and how many being considered. Roles at risk of redundancy. Proposals and ideas regarding the selection criteria. Where they're working and what work they do. That's the information that needs to go to the main clients. Quite often, when you're in a position where you know a restructure is being planned by the HR team in the organisation and rumours are starting to get out into the organisation about it, you will be in a position where you're probably advising, we need to communicate something about this soon because people know something's up and no one's telling them anything about it. Problem is, the moment you start communicating about it, there's an argument that you've started consultation at that point. And if you start consultation without providing all of the relevant information, then that's potentially actionable. So some of the times when it feels like your HR teams are advising you to be the opposite of what you want to be, which is transparent and clear with people, is because they are required to make sure that all of the information that they need to offer is available at the right time. Now, there are obviously some pragmatic solutions to that. It is a restriction and it's a challenge. The other real risk during redundancies and restructures, and this is, I've seen this a few times. If your leaders and your managers who have been the architects of these proposals, they are almost certainly imagining that they're going to go through this process without changing anything, that this is a tick box exercise, it's something they're obliged to do, but they don't want to bend from the path that they're on. That will mean that there's exchanges, communications, drafts sitting around in the organisation that make it look like it's a fait accompli, that the whole thing is decided already. If any of that stuff makes its way out of the communications team and into the hands of employees, that's a problem, because it looks like you're not meaningfully consulting. If you're not meaningfully consulting, that can cost you a lot of money. The fine for this up until now has been 90 days of pay, maximum fine, 90 days of pay per employee affected. So you can imagine that can amount to quite a lot in large restructures. Under the Employment Rights Act, that's got to get more expensive like everything else. That's going to be 180 days of pay per employee maximum fine for not appropriately consulting. So it's a real risk, and it's a risk that comms teams are implicated in, because a lot of the information about this stuff is making its way into employee hands via your channels. That's probably all I'll say on that. Anyone got any questions? Is that interesting?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah. See?
Molly,
Yes, Gary.
Was it wasn't anything to do with the P&O debacle, was it?
Oh, P&O. Okay, I'm going to have to cast my memory back a bit for this one. So P&O didn't consult. They called employees onto one of their ships for a meeting, and at the meeting they announced that everyone was going to be immediately made redundant without consultation. They were, I think that they were leaning on maritime law there, because they went into the middle of the ocean, didn't they? I believe they were not, I can't remember. But yeah, that was what they were trying to do. Now, obviously, that then was challenged changed, and heads rolled at P&O. It was, but it's a good example of what some employers sometimes will try to do. They will try to look at where the legal boundaries are, and they will try to look for what's the most expedient solution that we can find. And they will sometimes think out the box in trying to do that. P&O is a classic. Another big one that's on the ERA list is fire and rehire. So ASDA 6-7 years ago wanted to change the terms and conditions of employment for all of their shop workers. Now that's a big thing to do, and that would require consultation. But rather than consult, what they did is they terminated everyone's contract overnight and re-offered them a new contract with different terms and conditions. That's a loophole in the law that was permitted. ASDA did do that, and several other organisations have done it since. It has been challenged, but the legal framework around it's quite unclear at the moment. Again, a loophole that will be closed by the ERA if all of the measures in the ERA make their way through consultation and are implemented. But to be clear on that, all that big list of things I brought up at the beginning, that's now going to be the subject of about 38 separate consultations, which will happen over the course of this Parliament and possibly the next. Some of those are things that are coming into force relatively quickly. There's another batch of changes coming in April, including some to statutory sick pay. But a lot of them wouldn't happen until 2027, 2028. Where we'll be with this government by that point is anybody's guess. So whether it ends up being fully implemented or partially implemented, how much this stuff gets watered down in consultation, all of that stuff is very much still in the wind. But it is an interesting time when it comes to anyone's job that involves implementing employment law at the moment. So your HR teams deserve your sympathies because they're attempting to wrestle with all of this at the moment. It's going to be a vast amount of work for them.
Sorry,
Hi, Georgie.
Hello. Just mindful, and you may not know the answer, which is absolutely fine, but you mentioned about sort of like penalties for not consulting in a certain time, and I get that. Is that for the organisation, or is there any kind of like individual liability? The reason I ask is that we're struggling in the NHS with like corporate stuff around safety, particularly like keeping patients safe, and where that becomes an individual responsibility, because there was a big court case that found an individual culpable for manslaughter. I think the trust was found guilty of manslaughter and under sort of like health and safety legislation, and it's just that kind of, you know, when you've got people doing the organisation's job, and in the NHS you get that particularly, you know, we're a people thing. I just wondered if there's any kind of like individual liability for that. It might be a good lever for trying to get colleagues to think in advance, because all of this should be, you know, there should be a moral case for doing this, but me and my morals don't always get as far.
Okay, great question, thank you. There's generally no equivalent for corporate manslaughter when it comes to employment law. Where individuals can be affected is if an organisation loses a tribunal and it costs them a lot of money to lose the tribunal, they may want at that point to take action against any advisors who help them towards the course of action that they took. So most of our CIPD members who are independent HR consultants would have liability insurance that covers them for that. So that's the system as it currently stands.
Yeah,